Nigga everywhere I go, man. Juicy J, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, spin that shit.
Memphis nigga everywhere I Memphis nigga everywhere I go.
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 Eyes all red like city gear, nigga. Draw down on him, make a fuck nigga. Give it here, Jeff number 1. I'm the rookie of the year. Wanna see a match tree, make a nigga disappear. Real Memphis nigga when I'm looking in the mirror. Yo,
Memphis nigga everywhere I go, this the remix.
Ay.
Memphis nigga going up like the G-Mix.
Ay. Everybody outside, it's the freak nigga. Memphis nigga everywhere I go.
Fuck nigga, Memphis nigga everywhere I go.
Let's get it.
Memphis nigga everywhere I go.
Let's get it. Memphis nigga everywhere I go. Let's get it.
Memphis nigga everywhere I big head that hoe. Memphis shit, that's how I feel. Shit might check me a hoe, might flame me a hoe. Spit a little game on a hoe. Never spend change on a hoe. Memphis nigga everywhere I go.
He ain't even been to the city before. Fuck nigga. He ain't even been to the city. He ain't even been to the city before. Let's get it. Nigga came once, but he can't come back no more. He's Memphis nigga when I drop my low. Yo, nigga want smoke, let's go. Yo, bitch want smoke, fuck nigga, I call Big Glow. Yo,
Memphis bitch everywhere I go. Okay. Memphis bitch everywhere I let's get. Memphis bitch everywhere I go. Okay. Memphis bitch everywhere I on the count. Memphis bitch everywhere I go. Might take a bitch nigga, might take a nigga hoe. Riding down Fraser be coolin'. With some hot boys still doing donuts in the smoke. Getting money ass bitch, that's me. That's me. Tomato fruit M's and I still want more. Now if Memphis bitch got hard. Win, lose, or draw, bitch, I still want smoke. I ain't shit but 25. Let's go. Already a legend up in my city. Bump down, bump 3-6. Hey, man, play me some of that pimpin'. Gangsta ass bitch, stay muggin'. Everywhere I go, I'm thuggin'. Memphis bitch, everywhere I go. Let's go. And everywhere I go, they love me.
Yeah, Memphis nigga everywhere I step through. 3-6 Mafia and gangsta boo. You know what it is, my nigga. My city full of gorillas that ain't from the zoo. New Memphis nigga so infamous. Rest in peace, Lord Infamous. Old school nigga with the pole in the cut. I hear making easy money, tryna pimp a slut. Fraser Boulevard and a car all candy. South Memphis bitch, she ain't wearing no panties. She ain't never been nowhere outside our city. I'm a draper in Dior and I'ma take it to the graves. Memphis nigga everywhere I step on the scene. Ride through Evergreen, blowing get it green. Give a little bad bitch a hug. With all this water on me, she gon' have a wet dream. You don't know nothing about Hyde Park. You don't really wanna stop by after dark. Even Nick K's know the city I'm reppin'. Have a nigga scat pack go to 60 seconds. 20 years plus I'd have been in this thing. And a nigga like me ain't never gon' change. Rollin' up dope while I'm sitting so close. I can walk on the floor at the Grizzly game.
Fucking pot. I was like cheeky, we say squat. Nigga there.
Ayy, Memphis nigga everywhere I go. Get 100 bread a piece when I'm in the stove. Parkway Village, I'm a native. Still had a duck posted up in the Dover. Young nigga wanna be like Craig Pettis, bro wanna be G-Train. Afghanistan top tier, tell Biden send us to Ukraine. Drake made Shelby Drive global. Let me tell you about Poplar. We'll stop and deals go for a couple bucks, she'll take it so. East Memphis, that's in elite. North Memphis, that's got it. South Memphis, long live flipper. West Memphis, that ain't Memphis. On EP, eating chicken at Dodge before a nigga went vegan. Might get a 6P from Crumpets. All done left, that's the best jack. If she from Memphis with a bun on, she give more head than a lace front. Me go my partner from back in the day, but I heard he hit him a lace blunt. Tell white folks he my nigga. Hey Max Snoop, I got a beer for you. From a city where you win it, they don't even really wanna even cheer for you. Deep down they be hating on you, but too quick to say I love you. In Memphis it's a red flag if she ain't blood and she say brother. Everybody gotta switch in this bitch. Game be beefing with clicks. Tell DJ yo where the dream ball at, I'm tryna stomp some shit. 2016 at the Delta Fair in the corn maze, you could die there. Long live J Money Truly, when he died whole city had tears. Memphis nigga everywhere I go, on cut if it was Idaho. Before Ja, it was Mike Cullen. Before Jaren, it was Zebo. In the lead, don't get his credit, but I'm really hometown hero. Might use a key to the city just to lock my back door. Memphis nigga everywhere I go. Memphis nigga everywhere I go. Oh, Memphis nigga everywhere I go. Oh, Memphis nigga everywhere I go. Oh, Memphis nigga everywhere I go. Memphis nigga everywhere I go. Oh, Memphis nigga everywhere. Memphis nigga everywhere I go.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We coming in hot on this one. I think they come in. They're talking about motions that they went through prior to the trial starting. That's how he comes in. It's an 8-hour video. I'm gonna try to cut it down to about 4 Luckily, we already 41 minutes in because they had a whole bunch of fluff and stuff, and they had to say that they was having interference with the Bluetooth and stuff, and they needed the people to stop. What I'm gonna try to do is whenever they go to the board, I'll try to screen share that particular part so that we can see what's going on. But y'all know normally I would do the screen sharing, but I'm tired of being frustrated with either StreamYards or the intranet or this laptop. I don't know which one it is, and I'm tired of it. So I just went back to the basics.
Bean's opinions regarding Haley's kick that we'll see on video.
Oh, we see the kick.
A statement that Bean had made about Haley sending a picture to Justin Smith after this incident. One thing that a statement Bean made about a conversation between Haley and Mills about Mills' body-worn camera. With regard to all those things, I just mentioned that apprised them yesterday that the state does not intend in its case in chief to introduce any of Bean's any of those statements with regarding to Bean's opinion about Haley's kick or Bean's opinion about some conversation or whatever it is. And those are the ones relating to Bean. A motion in limine seeking the state not to introduce evidence of prior conduct of Haley in our case in chief. Them that we are not intending to introduce prior conduct of Haley. Statements of Smith now, like Bean, Smith had given a statement that Haley liked to chase cars and was on a team that they called the indictment team because they were expecting indictment. Smith had made a statement that he was of the opinion that Haley was a hothead. Smith had made a statement that Haley always knew people on the scene and like on the scene of other crimes or other situations. He also made a statement on his opinion as to how.
Why are they doing this on trial day?
Smith had made a statement that Haley does not like wearing his body-worn camera. Smith had made a statement that Haley is a loose cannon. Smith had made a statement about a prior incident in which Haley punched a suspect. Smith had made a statement that Haley watching a body-worn camera prior to the arrest.
So are you trying to get this introduced in the trial, or are you trying to get it excluded?
Smith made a statement about Haley being referred to as uncontrollable chaos. Smith made a statement about Haley kicking a suspect.
Wait a minute. Let me fast forward to these motions. Hey, T-Pad and crew.
He called Dwayne Smith his opinions about other now because I'm not going to make reference to it. Forget that before that would specify as need be. That would be my suggestion.
Your Honor, no, there was one that I don't know if it was inadvertent, number 5 on being.
Okay, they are again. Camera went out and they went on break or something. Yep. They stream went out live view. Don't look like they got that many people in the courtroom. Yeah, it went out.
At the same time,
Come on, let's go with the opening statements. Hey, Leah.
Being stopped and he was still in the car, but the kidnapping continued. It's the argument of the state that obviously he suffered serious bodily injury by the beating and ultimately he was.
I really don't want to go through the motions of the trial, but fuck it, we here.
This incident, his detention became unlawful, and one of the ways in which it became unlawful is the officers put him on the side of the car, handcuffed, extremely injured, knowing at that point that he was a victim of police brutality. Yet they did not inform medical personnel of head trauma or any impact to the head. I think this picture also goes to Mr. Haley's intent in that kidnapping. And I think it goes to his consciousness of guilt.
Them niggas need to be hung. I'm with the prosecutor. Let all that shit in.
Is it a lot of the image? Is the image graphic? Of course it is. We're here for a very graphic crime.
Hello, Renee P.
Mr. Haley had no way of knowing that there had been any head trauma to Mr. Nichols because Mr. Haley was not there when that head trauma was inflicted on him. Also, Your Honor, I don't believe this photograph would be consistent with the state's response to our motion to go to.
The defense attorney is very, very low, but we got old ass courtrooms.
Physical contact occurred with a casket.
I'll put us in the courtroom tomorrow with the background. I wonder if they're going to finish this trial before the week is out. I think they may have it done before Friday or at least Monday. Monday they'll probably be closing. I'm going to get caught up on this trial through the remainder of the week.
And the state's response to bill particulars. So we claim that the state alleges that these defendants are armed police officers sworn to serve and protect, beat Tyre Nichols, restrained him while he was on the verge of death.
His mom is one of the witnesses
As a result of this entire
that they talked to today.
murder, second degree, count one, assault, acting in concert, count two, official misconduct, count five. Further, during the course of this attention continues to find that even if Rodrigo started lawfully became.
Come on.
There's no bill particulars about to say an initial incident at the second incident.
Okay, let me try to skip forward to opening statements.
Just prior to Mr. Nichols getting campus on that gas rate.
Second incident or second scene falls or not necessarily the effects multiple parties involved in transmitting.
Got a male judge. They mics are really shitty.
I don't have it in front of me, so if I misquote over it, it is short.
There we go. You got it back.
Surrounding this picture.
Can y'all please get to opening statement? They still just arguing motions and shit.
The statement. Who may not even be who Haley been in that text. If Haley's not going to take a stand in order to explain what 6 means, I think indeed that would be unfairly prejudicial to good people. That's just my position.
Well, I think the whole thing's I think you can instruct that this statement of Haley goes to Mr. Haley's admission on behalf of Mr. Haley, not to the co-defendants. If the issue is 6 to the number 6,
I think you got it. If the court limited instruction, if you've been, that's the admission as to Haley and not any other party, Mr. Tyre and I agree.
If the foundation is laid, the court would give that and then instruct.
Let me see.
any relevance.
I'm trying to find the actual opening statement.
I received it to crossing.
That could be referring to.
That's most of the goddamn
And
trial.
we will have it. Hey, we really appreciate it if you could ask these questions. So they called Lee Gerald, they called.
Okay, is this opening
Judge,
statement?
I just want to be real clear. What Mr. Perry said is what my position is on this, not what Mr. Leffler said. Why are we dancing around such a huge issue of a $550 million lawsuit against the city of Memphis? When, Judge, the proof will be that we believe the investigation about the TBI and the DA's office was corrupted from the start. And we will have evidence that Mr. Crump's office, plaintiff lawyer, directed Mr. Mulroy, Mr. Hagen, and Ms. Headley to take, for lack of a better word, a deposition of Preston Hemphill. And it didn't have one thing to do with Tyre Nichols. It had to do with the Scorpion team, pulling black people over, roughing them up. And it was at the direction of the plaintiff lawyer, right? Steve Mulroy said, hey, we really appreciate it if you could ask these questions. So they called Lee Gerald, they called Mr. Hemphill in. Mr. Hemphill had a cooperation agreement. So he comes in thinking it's going to be a proffer. And he sits there and basically is deposed, and it's transcribed. And that transcript has been provided to Betty Crump's office. And do we think for 1 minute that that type of influence by a plaintiff lawyer might affect what the TBI agents are out there doing, what the TBI agents coordinate with the DA's office to do? Well, part of our proof is going to be this is not a fair investigation of these officers. It was one-sided, and that civil litigation will come in that way.
Well, I think though, the state has already acknowledged that there may be certain circumstances and situations in which the civil case may be relevant, but as far as the civil case just being out there, and it's not relevant to anything that we have going on, there may be certain situations and instances where impeachment may be at issue, bias or motive to lie may be able to be presented, but we're not going to try this case over here.
Oh,
And so as far as all of the other things that are just plainly part of that suit, we're going to leave over there. What I would suggest, and my position is outside of impeachment, outside of bias or motive or something along those lines, then it has no relevance to this matter. If, as the proof is coming on, you all discover something or believe something has occurred which now expands that relevance, then we can approach and we can discuss and make a determination at that time. But I want to go into it with the understanding that we are not going to go into the civil matter unless it's for those purposes of impeachment or bias or motive or things of that sort. Again, if as we go through that proof, if you all feel some door has been opened and that we need to go through it, then we can have a throughout hearing and we can discuss that and make that determination. But where we stand now, of course, just going to limit the questions for the purposes of impeachment or bias or motive or things of that nature.
I go out of order from my list here because this is.
So if I understand this correctly, the defense team is they're saying that their clients didn't get a fair investigation by the TBA because it was officer involved, and he feels like his clients were, I guess, done wrong because they was black, even though all the officers were black and the person they killed was black. He's saying TBI and the district attorney railroaded them.
It's a big natural sort of progression. Filed a motion to eliminate with regard to the mention of the federal trial or any of the verdicts in the federal trial. I suggest that we were referring to the federal trial during impeachment, that the attorneys called a prior hearing in the matter. If needed, a prior hearing in which these prosecutors weren't present, something like that is needed to explain. Again, not trying to keep it out for impeachment. If these witnesses testify differently in federal court, understand that they can and will be impeached by their testimony. But the fact there was a federal criminal trial with regard to these defendants, or whatever the results of that federal criminal trial were, I believe are entirely irrelevant to the criminal proceedings here.
To paint a complete picture, lying at a deposition is somewhat different than lying before a federal impaneled jury looking you eye to eye and you give an inconsistent statement. So that said, I don't know how to dance around that issue. Now, as far as me saying that we prevailed on the civil rights case or things like that, I can understand how the court's position on that would be. But I want to look this witness directly in the eye. He takes the stand. He's given two inconsistent statements already. I'm thinking about the witness they're going to call there today. One of them is directly opposite of the other. One is before people that he's not sworn to, that he's just doing it to keep his job possible. The other before is a felony sworn and impaneled jury. That makes a huge difference. And if he's willing to give an inconsistency there, then this jury needs to know that. Now, I don't, like I said, once again, to paint a picture about what the verdict would have been and things like that, I don't plan to do anything along those lines. But I do want to be abundantly clear. It's less than fair. We're going to get into this argument, I think, on one of the motions and then regarding our ability to cross-examine regarding how much time it takes, for instance. Well, if I tell a story in federal court because I'm facing a life sentence, which, by the way, the judge across the street.
That nigga talking fast.
And we now know that that's going to be reversible error because the federal Sixth Circuit.
Yeah, we're just going to listen to the motions that they making in 1.5, and then I go to regular speed when they actually start opening statements. Cause they just arguing right now. An hour and 13 minutes into the video.
That you cannot hinder our ability to ask those questions. Well, they're going to ask this court to do the same thing in a few moments. So we want to be able, I want to be able to have a theme to say, hey, when you were facing a jury across the street, you said X, Y, Z. If it's inconsistent with what was said previously, and I think it's only fair that we be able to draw that picture and to try to sterilize it as if it's happened in some back, office workspace or what have you. It's a lot different than being able to give it the full gravity of what it is. They're the ones bringing this case. They had priority. They indicted us first. We could have been trying it. It wouldn't have been an issue. But once you try a case with issues that are so parallel, then that's something that we face the burden of what we're saying. I think two of the motions that I'm trying to attend in indicate it's a double jeopardy argument that's out there regarding this case. They are wanting their cake is eaten too by saying, hey, witness, if you're inconsistent, they won't know that you're inconsistent before another jury. That's less than fair to us because that tempers down that fire and that shouldn't happen.
before you're something, just go ahead and get the other.
I think that sums up our position.
I'm here, sums it up well.
All right, sorry.
If the reference needs to be prior hearing with the jury present, then that's fine. That's not, I can understand that part of it. But getting into particulars of the federal trial, or the fact that there was a federal criminal trial against these defendants, and there was a federal criminal trial in which a jury, prior hearing with the jury present, that's acceptable.
I mean, I think we'd be being disingenuous if just calling it.
If they had a federal criminal trial, why in the fuck are they here on the state level?
Hearing in front of jury, I mean, it's a trial in front of jury, and I think that it being a federal trial does not somehow put into jeopardy or any kind of painting of the jury. I think that it paints an accurate picture of what was going on. Now, obviously, again, with regard to verdicts and outcomes, things of that sort, there's not going to be any mention of that. But I think that not calling it what it was is not an appropriate manner of handling. I think that we can call it a federal trial. It was an panel jury, and I guess at that, there's not a need necessarily to go much further into just calling it what it was, and we can just leave out as far as any verdicts of those things. We'll leave those things out. All right, next issue.
Go back to what Mr. Perry just mentioned. This case has two components.
Good grief. They couldn't do none of this before the trial.
There shouldn't be any mention of possible sentences or what these charges carry in terms of number of years or anything like that. It's entirely improper in Tennessee law. So
it's raining hard in the
The
bit.
second is we do expect Desmond Mills to testify. As counsel knows, he's entered into a memorandum of understanding that there's a written memorandum in which he agrees to plead guilty to the federal charges, and has pleaded guilty to federal charges, and he agrees to plead guilty to state charges. He agrees that his truth should be taken, that the prosecutors of federal court believe his truth should be taken into consideration at his sentencing, that his sentencing will be set by a federal judge, that after his sentencing in federal court and his pleas in state court, that whatever state sentence he receives, it will be served at the same time as his federal sentence, and that he'll serve that sentence in federal prison.
I'm confused as to why they had a federal trial and now they're having a state trial. If that's not the definition of double jeopardy, I don't understand what is. I ain't get you at the federal level, so I'm gonna get you at the state. Normally it's backwards. It's if the state don't do it, the feds come in because they got a stronger case. I've never heard it go to the feds first. The feds don't get the results they want, so the state picks it up.
Obviously, well, that's fair game. The memorandum of understanding should actually be admitted, and could be an example of could go to bias or motive or whatever else. This issue, the second half of this issue is litigated in federal court, as Mr. Perry mentioned, about what counsel was allowed to say and not allowed to say on both ends of the equation. They were allowed to ask whether or not Mr. Mills expected to receive, Mr. Perry called it by its formal name, 5K1 in federal court that would allow a federal judge to depart from their advisory guidelines on the case. They were not allowed to ask Mr. Mills if a federal judge could theoretically only give him probation on the case. At the same time, the state, U.S. government, was not allowed to bring out the fact that he was facing in excess of 20 years incarceration at the top end. So the question was, do you have this memorandum of understanding? Do you expect the truth to be taken into consideration with regard to your sentence? Do you hope the federal judge or the United States government?
This the prosecution talking. What they talking about, I don't know.
Into either the low end, which theoretically I guess would be probation, or the top end, which would be in excess of 20 years incarceration in federal prison. I think that's the appropriate tack to take with regard to Mr. Mills. Obviously, bias, impeachment, we acknowledge memorandum of understanding goes to that. The idea that he expects or hopes for consideration if he testifies truthfully goes to that. The fact that the federal judge will determine the sentence goes to that. The fact that he hopes the federal judge will take into account his truthfulness goes to that. As far as number of years, things like that, I think that's appropriate for this jury here.
You know, across the street, we were forced to play a silly game during our examination of Mr. Mills. You're facing a lot of time, correct? You're facing a whole lot of time, correct? Instead of being able to say, under the way that you're indicted, you're facing 3 possible life sentences. That is the way that I've always been able to ask questions. That is the way the court of appeals subsequently, in the case of U.S. v. Taylor, decided on February 5th, 2025, says that you're supposed to allow to do. And it also said that the way that our questioning was done by the judge across the street, or the way that we were somewhat tied in that case to questioning like that, not only gives a false notion to the jury, it gives a misconstrued and confusing question to the jury. Because if I ask that question, you're facing a lot of time. To be candid, if your honor gives me 10 days for contempt to John Keith Perry Jr., that's a lot of time. If you give me a life sentence, that's a whole lot of time. And so to be able for jurors to say that they can dissect that and come up with some kind of a view of what that bias would be, because I might not lie about it. If I'm facing 10 days in jail, I might tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. But if I'm facing a life sentence and a Department of Justice attorney is banging on the table saying, this is how you saw it, this is what happened, is it not? I might be inclined to change my story about how it really happened to how the Department of Justice might want me to say it happened. That is the difference in context, Your Honor. And out of fairness, we should be able to, and I asked the court, and I know that it would be persuasive authority and not binding authority, but because of the small amount of time that we were given on this particular issue, if you're inclined to look at it as the government's way, and at least pull that Sixth Circuit case, because the discussion is spot on with what we're doing right now, trying to hinder our ability under the confrontation laws to fully examine the witness. We should be able to ask this question top to bottom about why you are biased, and to ask these silly semantics about, how much time you're facing theoretically, versus being able to say you are avoiding possibly X amount of years. Is the way that question should be allowed. In that case, what spills it out for what would be allowed. Is yours going to be tailored? I know it's just that.
Judge, it is now 127 F4, 1008. It's 6th Circuit of February of this year. I open the court copies of that. I wasn't in the.
Still no opening statements.
Let me start with a couple of things. First, we received notice by email yesterday that the state intended to have addressed the court on motions in limine. Point out that there's a scheduling order in this court that required motions in limine to be filed on March 28th. Mr. Haley complied with and responded.
They filing this shit the morning of, gave notice the day before. This trial started Monday, so Sunday they gave them notice that when we go to trial tomorrow, we're gonna file these motions to have evidence withheld or admitted. Dirty games on a Sunday.
April 14th. So the defense is a little handicapped in the day before, the afternoon before trial, learning about these motions. I'd also suggest that the state's argument about the ruling in the federal court on this identical issue has some relevance for this court. It has no more relevance to this court's ruling in Mr. Haley's opinion than the verdict in the federal case has on the verdict in this case.
And I would agree with that. I mentioned the ruling in terms of way to explain the issue. I am not suggesting that the federal court ruling in any way binds Your Honor or should be considered some sort of legal precedent, Your Honor, to consider.
And it's a confrontation clause issue, Your Honor. So it's a constitutional issue. In addition to the Sixth Circuit's Taylor case, I would cite to this court the Tennessee Supreme Court in State versus Sales. That's SAYLES 49 Southwest 3rd 275.
Okay, y'all. I'm gonna see if I can get into opening statements. Let me find it. They ain't got no transcript.
He came over and appeared in front of you. Or in addition to
and still more argument. Let me see if we can get to open statements. Judge's ruling.
And then we're going to do what the
They're gonna end up going to break before they start opening statements. They're an hour and 32 minutes in. And they started 17 minutes after the stream went live. I'm skipping y'all.
Sufficient information.
I would say,
I completely have a response.
Agreement with this. May, we feel that
On that position.
I can.
So then
In the first half of that, will you also find been some door, there's some
the motion were filed, I have with it being a motion.
That's why they paying these guys the big bucks.
And to be clear, road in the trial. we can fix this.
Pre-trial that you didn't have the evidence, not gonna be bringing it up.
And that is if there was something stands now, and have a hearing if necessary. All right.
Does not have access to all music and call it different things.
Good grief.
Mr. Nichols.
Sorry, y'all.
Small amount.
That's my bad. Next time I come back, I'll make sure they through all that shit like that. I'll get straight into the trial. I did not know because I haven't seen this. I just saw that it was going on Monday, and I started putting each day in my tonight's live list.
I can't pronounce that specific name. Psilocybin, I think. It was car at the time. So our
Would have been at 385 and Riverdale, and he comes to a stop at Ralston Range. That's 2.3 miles away from that initial blue light.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, open statement.
If it's a credit card, if it's an ID, along with a even smaller, I don't know what the phrase, like a residue sort of amount of a mushroom. I can't pronounce the scientific name, psilocybin, I think.
Yep, that's it.
A very small amount of psilocybin with a small amount of marijuana. They also find in his car some documents. I'm gonna call this maybe like identification documents. I can't remember exactly.
Okay, this may be opening statements. Let me go back.
All right, think about it.
And this is a final one. This is something that's also litigated in federal court.
Oh no, that's more arguments of limited. Okay, I thought that was about to start.
It's over with. A very none of these officers has Mr.
At the very beginning, comes to a stop extent. Is saying, but in order to person who has why this person when he breaks a attack, he run. Put intent on that. It basically is essential. Develop those IDs that matters. Then is a avoid in the car is.
Come on, can we? And then I forgot all three of them got lawyers. So all three got different attorneys speaking on these motions.
And from being the question, credit card into account that if these people mimic it, oh, I didn't like you. If you want to limit his,
All these items were found.
The court thinks that those items not
Can we get to
a complete picture.
2 hours in, still no opening statements?
Anything else from
sovereignty motion.
Judge Glanville would have been went off on the prosecution and the defense team.
Mr. Nichols did the same.
DM or tennis did both, join both. Briefly,
Good grief.
And as Mr. Stingle said, his opinion is.
There's only one black defense attorney, and there's no black prosecutors.
Because the majority opinion affirmed the 150 years of
But the judge is black.
precedents before the court, the prosecution by dual sovereigns does not have prosecution. They're just
Okay, he giving his ruling. Come
for
on.
case law on that would is obviously they're
Yeah.
the court for about 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, if you all, while we're on recess, and the
Okay, so they go on to recess now. I figure when they come back, they'll be arguing. Finally, sheesh. Well, it's not bad. We 2 hours through the 8-hour video. Then when I do double speed, I'm gonna do my best to get through this entire day. I shouldn't be sleepy though, because I had like a 3-hour nap. Damn it, man. Judge, you said a 10-minute recess at 2:13. It is 2:27 now. Your reset was long as hell.
Aggravated assault, acting.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to well and truly try the issues that traverse herein, joined between
Damn, they swearing in the judges now. When the fuck they start doing this?
the state of Tennessee and the defendants, Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith, upon a true bill of indictment charging the defendants with the offenses of murder, second degree, count 1, count 2, aggravated assault, acting in concert, count 3, aggravated kidnapping, count 4, aggravated kidnapping, count 5, official misconduct, count 6, official misconduct, count 7, official oppression, a true deliverance make and a true verdict render according to the law and evidence, so help you God.
I
do. Thank you. See. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the trial, I'd like to tell you a little bit about what's going to happen during the course of the proceedings. I want to describe basically how the trial will be conducted and what the attorneys, the jurors, and myself will be doing during the course of the trial.
It's a judge talking, giving
I will
instructions.
give you a much more detailed instruction on how you are to go about reaching your decision. But now, I simply want to explain how the trial will proceed. The defendants have been charged by the state of Tennessee with a violation of state laws. The document containing these charges is referred to as the indictment. It is important for you to understand that an indictment is just a formal accusation charging the defendant or the defendants with a crime and is not evidence of anything. The indictment will shortly be read to you by an attorney for the state of Tennessee. We anticipate each defendant will plead not guilty to these charges. They are presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you, the jurors, unless after hearing all the evidence, the attorney's arguments, and the instruction of the law, you as the jurors seated in this case unanimously find that the state of Tennessee has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The first step in this trial will be the reading of the indictment and the response by the defense, followed by the attorney's opening statements. The state of Tennessee will tell you about the evidence it intends to present, so you will have an idea of what the state's case is about. Their opening statement is not evidence.
So we gotta listen to them read the fuck it. Do y'all want to read the indictment, or y'all want me to get straight to the opening testimony? Let me know if y'all want to know what the officers are charged with.
Help you understand what the evidence will be and what the state will attempt to prove. After the state's opening statement, an attorney for each of the defendants may make an opening statement if he so chooses. Again, if the defense so chooses, it will explain to you what it believes the evidence will be. Again, statements of the attorneys are not evidence. Next will be the state's case in chief, in which the state will present its evidence, which is generally done through witnesses. Defense counsel will have the opportunity to cross-examine each of these witnesses. The evidence in the case will likely consist of physical exhibits, documents, and testimony of these witnesses. The witnesses will testify by answering questions asked by the attorneys and the attorneys only. After the state completes its case in chief, the defense will have to give an opportunity to present additional evidence if it so chooses. Remember, defendants are not required to put on any evidence or even to testify. If any of the defendants do testify, then their testimony will be weighed just as any other witness's testimony is to be weighed. If any of the defendants choose not to testify, then I will instruct you that you cannot hold that decision against them and cannot speculate or make any inferences from that choice, as there are millions of reasons why a person may choose not to testify. The burden is always on the state of Tennessee to convince you that each of the defendants is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state does present proof, because the state carries the burden of proof, the state will have an opportunity, should they so choose, to put on additional proof that responds directly to that proof presented in the defense case in chief. This is known as rebuttal proof. After you have heard all the evidence, the state and the defense may present final arguments. I previously told you that opening statements by the attorneys are not evidence. Likewise, closing arguments are also not evidence. In closing arguments, the parties will attempt to summarize their case and help you understand what the evidence was presented. One of the final parts of the trial occurs when I instruct you about the rules of law that you are to use in reaching your verdict. After you hear my instructions in the closing statements, 4 alternate jurors will be selected, and the final 12 jurors will leave the courtroom together as a group. You will then begin your deliberations to make a decision in this case. Your deliberations will be secret, and you will not be required to explain your verdict to anyone. Now that I've described in outline form the trial itself, let me explain the functions that you and I will perform during the trial. I will decide the rules of law that apply to this case. My decisions will be reflected in my responses to questions and objections the attorneys may raise during the trial, as well as in my final jury instructions. It is your job to judge what the facts are from the evidence and witnesses. You must then apply the law in my instructions to those facts, and from that application you will arrive at your verdict. Again, the state has the burden of proving the guilt of each of the defendants beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden remains on the state throughout the entire case. Keep in mind that the defendants are presumed to be innocent of these charges against them, and this presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendants to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the defendant is not required to prove their innocence, to have their attorney make any statements or arguments, or to produce any evidence. I will now explain to you some of the terms you may hear during the trial, as well as some things to consider during this trial. Reasonable doubt. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case, and an inability, after such investigation,
to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any charge.
This shit is crazy. I'm not finna listen to this shit no more. I gotta skip past this. Good grief.
The importance of his or her testimony.
I don't think y'all let me know, according to the chat, if y'all wanted to hear the indictment read, so we skipping through that shit too. I'm 3 days behind.
And you are to the jury room time for all of us. Admitted in evidence. Deleted.
Okay, fuck it. I'll listen to the indictment.
The state of Tennessee versus Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith. It's indictment 2300241. All counts start the same. State of Tennessee, Criminal Court, Shelby County, January term 2023. Count 1. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee duly selected and paneled, sworn and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath present that Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, Emmett Martin, Desmond Nichols Jr., and Justin Smith, between January the 6th of 2023 and January the 11th of 2023, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully and knowingly kill Tyre Nichols in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 3913-210 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. And is signed by the District Attorney General for the 30th Judicial District. State of Tennessee, Criminal Court of Shelby County, January term 2023. Count 2. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee duly selected and paneled, sworn and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath, presented to Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, Emmett Martin, Desmond Mills Jr., and Justin Smith, between January the 6th of 2023 and January the 11th of 2023, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and while acting in concert with each other, commit an assault on Tyre Nichols and cause serious bodily injury to the said Tyre Nichols in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 3913-102 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Again, signed by the District Attorney General for the 30th Judicial District. I'll skip the top portion. They're all the same. State of Tennessee, Criminal Court, Shelby County. Count 3. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee duly selected and paneled, sworn and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath, present to Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, Emmett Martin, Desmond Mills Jr., and Justin Smith, before January 6, 2023, and between January 6, 2023, and January the 11th, 2023.
What's going on, Chef?
In Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully and knowingly remove or confine Tyre Nichols so as to substantially interfere with the liberty of the said Tyre Nichols.
The charges sound about right.
And the said Tyre Nichols did suffer bodily injury in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 3913-304 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed by the District Attorney General for the 30th Judicial District. Count 4. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee duly selected and paneled, sworn and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath, presented to Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, Emmett Martin, Desmond Mills Jr., and Justin Smith, between January the 6th, 2023, and January the 11th, 2023.
Speed this shit up.
Shelby County, Tennessee, before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully and knowingly remove or confine Tyre Nichols so as to substantially interfere with the liberty of the said Tyre Nichols and the said defendants, Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, Emmett Martin, Desmond Mills Jr., and Justin Smith, possessed or threatened the use of deadly weapon in violation Code annotated 39-13-304 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Again, signed by District Attorney General for the 30th Official District. Count 5. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee who are selected.
Damn, they on the 5th count. How many counts is these niggas charged with?
Sworn and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Shelby, Tennessee. Upon their oath, presented to Darius B., Demetrius Haley, Emmett Martin, and Desmond Mills Jr. and Justin Smith between January 6, 2023 and January 11, 2023 in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the filing of this indictment, did unlawfully and intentionally or knowingly, while acting as public servants, commit an act relating to Darius B., Demetrius Haley, Emmett Martin, Desmond Mills Jr. and Justin Smith's office or employment that constituted unauthorized exercise of official power. The said defendants, acting with the intent to obtain benefit or to harm another, in violation of Tennessee Code annotated 39-16-402 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 6. I'll skip not only the top part, but about the grand jurors being released.
Oh shit, my bad. I ain't hear the.
Demetrius Haley.
I ain't hear.
Desmond Mills Jr. Justin.
See them big ass eyes in my chat. Them ain't even no regular white. The big regular gents. Them ain't it. Them is some different eyes. They
I'm not
like
regular.
The rail.
Not regular. I'm not regular, sir. I'm not regular. That's what you fail to understand.
Them the eyes. It's the eyes. The eyes. Damn it! I don't know how these fucking things work. Good grief. I don't like any of these. I want to put us at the bottom. It won't put us at what the fuck? I don't like this. Hold on, y'all. I'm tripping. I don't like this. Damn you whatever they call this portrait mode. I can't get jiggy with this shit. And this one just don't do nothing. Why is that even up there and it doesn't do anything? I guess we got to be in the middle. Yep, we got to be in the middle. All right.
Between January 6, 2023 and January 11, 2023 in Shelby County, Tennessee, before the body of this event, did unlawfully, intentionally, or knowingly, while acting as public servants, refrain from performing a duty that was imposed by law, or that was clearly inherent in the nature of the office of employment of the said defendants, acting with the intent to obtain benefit or to harm another, in violation of Tennessee Code annotated 39-16-42 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, against the District Attorney General for the 30th Judicial District. This is the last one. Darius B., Demetrius Haley, Emmett Martin, Desmond Mills Jr., and Justin Smith. Between January 6, 2023 and January 11, 2023 in Shelby County, Tennessee, before the filing of this indictment, did unlawfully and intentionally subject another to mistreatment or to arrest, detention, stop, frisk, halt, seizure, dispossession, assessment, or lien that the said defendants knew was unlawful, and the said defendants being public servants, acting with the color of office or employment, in violation of Tennessee Code annotated 39-16 or against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, again signed by District Attorney General for the 30th District. That is indictment 2300241. State of Tennessee versus all 5 defendants. Darius B., Demetrius Haley, Martin, Desmond Mills Jr.
So they only got 5 counts against them? Or is this part 6?
Indictment for aggravated kidnapping, 2 counts. Indictment for official misconduct, 2 counts. Indictment for official oppression, 1 count. It is signed by the 4-person grand jury. It should go having been returned on January 26th of 2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you were reading the indictment, many of you were writing very vigorously. You all will have the copy of the indictment in the back for you all to review in case there were some things that you all missed. I know we just talked about you all not receiving.
All right, opening statements coming soon. Will these people go on a break before opening statements? We'll find out.
With regard to the defense's response, Mr. Perry, on behalf of your client, Mr. Dean, I'll just note it. May it please the court and honor before this jury, on behalf of Darius Bean, in relation to count 1, murder in the second degree, aggravated assault, count 2, acting in concert, aggravated kidnapping, count 3, official misconduct, 2 counts, and official oppression. Darius Bean, please strenuously not guilty. Mr. Second, on behalf of Mr. Haley.
Thank you, Your Honor. And to the jury, Mr. Haley pleads not guilty to all 7 of the charges.
Mr. Zumock, on behalf of Mr. Smith.
Yes, Mark Zumock on behalf of Justin Smith.
It's not guilty to all 7 counts of the indictment. State, are you ready with your opening remarks?
Guess we did promise all air conditioning. No roommates, all right. 2023-0074. That's the autopsy number.
Okay, I think this is opening statements. Let me slow it down. I'm shocked they ain't go to lunch.
For a 29-year-old young man who was working at FedEx with his stepdad Rodney, who also worked there. His injuries, the medical examiner will say, blunt force trauma to the head. But it looks like a car, almost looks like a car wreck. Injuries that you almost see mainly in a car wreck. He calls it torsional injuries. Torsion. It's a twisting from the torque like force. His head accelerating while his body is stable, like in a car wreck when you're restrained by a seatbelt. Your head accelerates so fast and whips back, and the twisting of that acceleration actually tears his brain and tears his brain from his skull. Except this 29-year-old didn't get these injuries in a car wreck. The proof will be that he got them by being beaten to death by 5 Memphis police officers. The young man's name, Tyre Nichols. How did this happen? How does this happen? 5 Memphis police officers beat this young man.
Thank you for the $25 cash.
Low key, niggas hating cause they don't want no beef. State gang, true sippers, bitch, I bet we gon' eat.
This is it. Trying to explain himself. Does it happen because it's 5 monsters? No. No. Nobody's gonna call them monsters. Absolutely not. It doesn't take monsters to kill a man. It doesn't take monsters to kill a man. You'll see for yourself how in the book who delivers such huge blows. Of Desmond Mills, who delivers the baton again and again. How Tyre Bean and Justin Smith hold and restrain Tyre Nichols while Martin's doing what he's doing. And how Haley runs up, kicks him. Some do more than others. Absolutely. But all 5 of these men helped in this terrible, terrible thing. Nobody's gonna call them monsters. 5 men helping each other beat a man to death. How did this happen? How did this happen? Tyre Nichols, 29 years old. He's on his way home to eat. He's going to his mom's house. He'll meet her. Her name is Rovon Wells. Then I'm going to call it Hickory Hill. Y'all aren't from Memphis, but Hickory Hill is sort of East Memphis. A good 15.
They call Hickory Hill Hickory Hood.
You know, that's from where we're sitting right now, away from the river. The river's Memphis's western edge. There's some big streets that run through Hickory Hill, like Ross and Rains. You'll hear those streets in this trauma. Those streets will have commercial type businesses and fast food places and things like that. But off those streets are smaller streets that are residential neighborhoods. So this is an area of Memphis where people live. Houses and neighborhoods and cul-de-sacs and all that stuff. It's a neighborhood where Rovon Wells is living, and Miss Tyre is not. It's around 8, well after 7, but it's around 8, and Tyre's driving his car, and he's on his way out. This is where, and you'll see it for yourselves, all the answers we don't have, nobody has. There's limited information, but you'll see the information about how this started. Presumably, and I'm not going to take issue with it because there's not proof one way or the other that we can agree on or that we can point to as far as proof. Presumably, Tyre Nichols is speeding. Emmett Martin is a police officer. All 5 of these men that are charged in this crime are police officers. They work together as part of a team that's called the Scorpion. That's not a bad thing. It's data-driven policing. Okay, so they send these guys aren't assigned to a particular precinct. Okay, and they're not assigned to like homicide or something like this. They're assigned to what's called the Scorpion. They're sent out to various areas that maybe having a problem with whatever it is. I'll send unit out to make traffic stops and do sort of anti-crime suppression type activities. Okay, they're out in Hickory Hill that night. Presumably, again, we'll see what we see. Emmett Martin catches Tyre's speeding. At some point, Emmett Martin activates his blue lights. Whether or not Tyre saw that or not, we don't know. At some point, Tyre continues driving. Blue lights are activated. Who knows if Tyre saw it or not. Emmett Martin stops his blue lights, turns them off. Drives presumably faster to catch Tyre Nichols. Probably a distance of 2 miles-ish, give or take a little bit either way, on one of these main roads. So no twist and turn here. It's one of the main roads. And he reactivates the blue lights. Emmett Martin gets out of his car, but there's also another car too, and that's Demetrius Taylor. Taylor's another one of these police officers, one of these 5 police officers, one of the defendants on trial this week. He stops too. Tyre Nichols' car is stopped, making a left-hand turn in the left-hand turn lane at the red light. Okay, on the main road, on the way back to his house. Tyre Nichols' car stops. He's waiting to turn, left-hand turn, the left-hand turn lane. Martin stops, Haley stops, and this traffic stop, that's what I'll call it, begins. There's a couple seconds of the traffic stop that we're not going to be able to see, because what we see when we see this traffic stop is from a body cam. Most of our police officers wear body cams. Who's the 3rd officer on the scene? And he gets there real quick. So we're not missing 5 minutes or anything like that. He gets there real quick at the start of this traffic stop. He's also on the Scorpion team. His name is Preston Hemphill. He's not indicted in the case. You will see his body cam And this traffic stop for yourself,
Hey, sugar.
not gonna look like any traffic stop you've probably seen before. You will see Emmett Martin rip Tyre out of the driver's side of the car. Tyre's by himself. You will see Emmett Martin extremely agitated. You will see Demetrius Haley extremely agitated. You will see Tyre Nichols thrown to the ground, yelled various things to him. You will see various commands: get on the ground, he's already on the ground, we're gonna break your stuff. He'll respond to them: you guys are doing a lot right now. We're gonna tase you. All sorts of stuff while he's there, and this is captured on body cam. Okay? This is apparently a theme in the case. Then they pepper spray. Okay, he's on the ground. He's surrounded by Hemphill, by Martin, by Haley. He has not thrown a punch or a kick. He hasn't had any threats or anything like this. He's being yelled at and threatened, and he asked them, you guys are doing a lot right now. And then he's pepper sprayed, but in a theme of this case, the officers managed to pepper spray themselves. Okay? So they're pepper spraying, they pepper spray themselves. When they pepper spray themselves, Hemphill's also threatening to tase him. Mark, this all happens extremely fast. You'll see it for yourself. Quick video. Tyre gets off the ground and starts to run away. He runs in the direction of Tom, but he starts to run away. When Hemphill tases him, but it appears the taser doesn't really make contact, or only part of it makes contact. So Tyre is able to take off. This traffic stop is going to look very confusing, very fast, and inexplicable. You'll hear Martin say when he rips Tyre out of the car past his body, something about his gun, Martin's gun. Tyre has no gun. Something about Martin's gun. Like maybe when he was ripping Tyre out, somehow Tyre's body contacted Martin's gun. You'll later hear Martin tell different stories about what happened. In one version, you'll even hear him make up a story about how he...
Boy, he talking slow as hell.
You'll see the video for yourself. And what's important, as I go through that for you, I want you to understand this.
I'm here for his dramatic monotone voice, though.
Whatever that first traffic stop is, the traffic stop I said you're not going to be able to make any sense of, where they're ripping them out of the car, throwing them on the ground, threatening them, pepper spraying each other, tasing them. They're not even charged with criminal conduct with regard to that. This story hadn't even started yet.
They went straight to murder.
They're not even charged with criminal conduct having to do with that. First, Tyre Bean and Justin Smith weren't even there. Okay? Now, Haley was there. Martin was there. But they're not even charged with that first traffic stop. Because what happens next is what we're here for this kid. Tyre runs off into the neighborhood where his house is. This neighborhood, like some neighborhoods, not a lot, but some neighborhoods have a couple cameras in them. Okay? In Memphis, these things were put up, they were called skycop cameras. They're connected to a place.
In the early 2000s, this is where they got cameras all across the city and they just sitting there monitoring them bitches. RTC.
Okay, so their camera feed goes to the real-time crime center, which are floored in the real-time crime center has like 30, 40 TV screens with various camera feeds. Now, there's more cameras than there are TVs, so it's not like they're actually constantly monitored. But if something's happening, an officer can hear on radio, for instance, Castle Gates on the street you can hear it, and then an officer can access that camera. Okay? This neighborhood has at least 2 of those cameras in it. You'll see one camera that shows Tyre who's run from the scene, and you'll see him walking through the neighborhood. You'll see sort of one of these police cars drive by, and you'll see him hiding from the police, ducking down between the cars, hiding from these guys. Looking closer to his house, there's another camera. And this camera, these officers didn't know about. This camera catches what we're here for. The camera doesn't have audio. Some of the officers' body cams, you can imagine it's hard to see stuff in body cam, cams and everything. But the body cams have audio. So you'll see some of the body cams, the officers that have body cams on, and you'll hear the audio from the body cams. What we're here for this week is what you see on the camera these guys didn't know about. It doesn't take monsters to kill them, man. It took 5 Memphis police officers who were frustrated, who were mad, and who had adrenaline and anger overcome. And we're going to watch it first episode.
Uh-oh. He going to the board. Let me see if I can put this up. Are they going to show the whole screen?
Camera has a swivel.
Okay, 311. Hold on. Give me a second. 311.56. Dang. Well, never mind. Let me finish.
This is a minute.
Actually, never. Whatever. History. Why is YouTube spinning? That's a bad sign already. Here we go. That one. Okay, it's done. Stop moving. Screen. All right, I got it. This is what they showing in the courthouse. Oops. I don't see the share screen up yet. Why is he talking? I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it, y'all.
where his mom lives. The officers are at this intersection right here, and an operator is going to swivel the camera over. If you stop here. All right. So we're going to see two officers here. You'll see this video multiple times in this trial. It helps if you pay attention to the shoes of this man here with the white soles, because if you watch those shoes, you can tell what he's doing. That is Justin Smith, who is one of the defendants on trial. Darius Bean is the other defendant, who's sort of on top of Mr. Nichols right now. Okay. There's a third and fourth man here that you're going to see in a second. I'll let the video play for a while, but let me tell you real quick what you're watching for. This Tyre death delivery, death blows, or anything like that. Tussling or it may have already happened at this point. It's quick. Goes to pepper spray. Nichols. Again.
All right. So until there's something else to show, they get back. I'm going back to the audio that should mitigate some of the lag and feedback that be going on in this here thing. Where was that? 3:15, 15. 3:12, 3:15, 15. Hold on, y'all. Let me get caught up.
While Bean and Smith are doing whatever it is they're doing. Okay? And what I told you was going to be a theme in mechanics. Guess what? Desmond will sprays himself. All right? So if he sprays himself, if he's going to walk, he's going to take a break. Bring myself in the eyes or whatever. I'm going to take a break from whatever this is. That leaves Bean and Smith on top of Mr. Nichols doing whatever it is they're doing. Okay. That point the video gets graphic because Emmett Martin is also there. And you'll see Emmett Martin walk up to Tyre Nichols as Bean Smith have him press on the ground. And you'll see first what is a catastrophic soccer type kick to his head. Liam Smith having this down. You'll see Martin with a very strong kick to his head. Tyrese will collapse a little further on the ground. And you'll see Martin kick him again in the head and in the face. You won't see Tyre Nichols throw a punch. You won't see him kick. When you hear the audio, you won't hear him say the fucking words. He'll take the soccer kick to the head. He'll take the second kick to the head. At that point, Nichols, the one who sprayed himself, walked away. He comes back angry. I'm gonna baton the fuck out of you.
Now I'm gonna baton the fuck out of you.
Hold and position him. And Nichols baton strikes Tyre's arm. He'll tell you himself. Just because he was mad. 1, 2, 3 times. Dean Smith had Tyre at that point up. One has one hand, the other has another hand. They've managed at this point, at some point before this, to get one hand on one of Tyre's wrist. So they have one hand, they have the other hand. And then Emmett Martin, 2 kicks to the head. He comes back. There's a small strike in the head, if you watch it closely, by Justin Smith. It's not a death blow. What Martin does next, though, it's real bad. Smith and me hold the hands, and Martin to the face. You'll see Tyre's head snapping back and forth while David Smith had his arms. 5, 6 hits. Finally, it's been 4-on-1, and Tyre is the smallest guy. Doesn't throw a punch, doesn't throw a kick, doesn't have a weapon. Finally, they prone him out on the ground. Well, it's over now, right? It's over now, right? I mean, Tyre kick to the head, baton strikes just because you're mad, holding them, while Martin's hitting. Because don't forget about Haley. Don't forget about Haley. Remember when Martin made that traffic stop, there was Martin and there was Haley? What about Haley? He's heard where these guys are, so he's gotten in his car and he's driven there. He gets out the car and yells, "Beat that man's ass." Literally jogs up, has to do a sort of little sidestep. Tyre's totally flat on the ground, 4 or 5 people on him at this point. And he kicks him just to do it. Don't forget about Haley. And if that's not enough, Martin, I'll better come over there and kick him one more time too. Both big kicks. At this point, there's even other officers. Let's watch it. That's being Smith, Tyre's on the ground. This is Emmett Martin. Let's do his head. Being Smith on top. That's to his head.
Opening statements are a doozy.
Tyre's on the ground.
Okay, this nigga then went back to the video. Hold on, y'all. 321:17. For some odd reason. Okay, it's done.
Tyre's on the ground. Here comes Mills. I'm gonna baton the fuck out of you. Three strikes with the baton, and now you'll start seeing punches to the face. It's huge. It's 5 or 6 punches to the face by Martin while Dean Smith had his hands.
All right, back to the audio. 322:22. Close enough.
This point is over, but here comes Henry. Kicked him. Martin kicked him. So. Watch that. You'll hear testimony that Tyre was the smallest from everybody out there. You'll hear that Tyre produced no weapon. You'll hear that Tyre threw no punch. You'll hear that Tyre threw no kick. You'll hear for yourself that Tyre does not say a threatening word from the start to the finish. Instead, because what did I tell you? Where this camera was? Hundreds of feet from his mom's house. You will literally hear him crying for his mom. Yelling for his mom to come. All that's going on. You'll hear the officers saying repeatedly, give me your hands, give me your hands. People hear Desert Mills testify. He had his hands. Dean Smith had his hands. We're just yelling at him so we can keep doing what we're doing. And all 5 of these men, remember the law of criminal responsibility that if you help, it doesn't matter who goes with death blows or not. But all 7, remember the law that all 5 of them have the duty to intervene. They have a duty to try to protect Tyre Nichols after that cyber kick in the head. How about the kick after that? How about all the punches? Or the kicks at them? They have a duty to stop that from happening, but not a single word from one of them. None of them. Not from Dean, not from Smith, not from Mills, of course not from Martin. You saw what he was doing. Everybody said stop, not even once. Not even once.
Oh, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the feds charged them with civil rights violations and they beat those, if I'm not mistaken.
What do they do next? He's handcuffed, he is dragged, and I mean literally dragged, over to the side of the police car. That is a police car, there are unmarked police cars in there. The police car put on the side. Before the emergency personnel can come, because they are called for. They are called for. Before the emergency personnel can come, Tyre is handcuffed, absolutely unresponsive. He does not say a word in intelligible word, he makes sounds after he calls for his mother. Unresponsive, on the police car. You'll see it for yourself. Haley. Remember the don't forget about Haley, the one that runs up, beat that man's ass and kicks him. Goes over with his personal cell phone, takes a picture of Tyre so he can send it to his friends. And these men have a duty to protect him. They have a duty to protect him, so what do they do when emergency personnel respond? Do they tell them, look, he's gotten some hits to his head? Nope. Do they even make up a story like he fell and hit his head? Nope. They tell the emergency personnel, oh, he must be on drugs or something. He got pepper sprayed. Not a word. Oh, check his head out. I saw his head snap back up in the head. Oh, not a word. And it goes on for minutes and minutes. The officers walk away, they motion and take off your body camera. They set it on the side, but you can still hear what they're saying. Man, we hit them with so many pieces. That's what they said, that's what they call it. We were all knocking. Martin starts making up crazy stories about traffic stuff. He was driving on the wrong side of the road. He swung at me. While Tyre literally sits there and then he'll also sit and collapse over. The handcuffs at the side. Sits there dying. Not a word from any of these 5 men like a hit to the head, trauma to the head, or anything. Did they wake up that morning? There will be no proof that they woke up that morning planning on killing somebody. Like I said, not monsters, but men. Overcome by anger and frustration and overcome by the moment, who literally beat a man to death. And they all had a part. Can we agree that Martin was the worst? Yeah, we can. But they all had a part and they all had a legal duty to stop it. Tyre Nichols is the victim's name. We're going to ask for justice for Tyre. This happened because these officers were overcome, reason 1. And reason 2 is they didn't know that pole camera was there. Justice for Tyre. These men reasonably certain that the side kick to the head, the next kid, the huge haymakers right home, reasonably certain caused death. It's murder second. Each and every one of them was clearly responsible for 2 reasons. They took part in it, but even beyond that, they had a duty to stop it. Aggravated assault acting in concert. Following. They caused serious bodily injury. Yeah. Did they do it together? Yeah. Did they have a duty to stop it? Yeah. Aggravated kidnapping. Not talking about ransom notes. See, illegal confinement, the false imprisonment of a person that either causes serious bodily injury, or the people doing the false imprisonment have guns. They're Memphis police officers, they have guns. They're not alleged to have used the guns, but the fact they're armed is one of the elements of aggravated kidnapping. Is a police officer allowed to arrest somebody? Of course they are. Maybe even earlier, they were allowed to arrest Tyre Nichols. But at some point, after that soccer kick to the head, or maybe after the second one, or maybe after that huge shot that Martin takes, this ain't no legal arrest anymore. Tyre is purely and 100% a victim.
No, the prosecutor didn't say this ain't in court. You gotta love the South. This ain't. We keep it real.
And those men have him in prison falsely while they keep on hitting him and kicking him. Those men have him in prison falsely when he's handcuffed next to the patrol car. And they're not even telling the medical personnel about the head wounds. Official misconduct. They had a duty not to do this. Official oppression. They had a duty not to do this, and they put Tyre through hell. At the end of this, that's what we're going to ask you about. Justice for Tyre Nichols.
Okay, prosecution. It was melodramatic, but I get it. That's your job. Let's see what the defense do. Now, to my understanding, it's 3 damn different defense attorneys for all 3 defendants. So this should be good. We 3 hours and 31 minutes and 58 seconds into this 7-hour, 57-minute live. So I think we're making good time. Now, I don't know if they're about to go to a break or not, but I think we should finish this entire video in this live, and in the morning I'll do day 2. Hopefully, if I complete that mission, then we'll be on day 3 tomorrow night by the time they finish day 4. I'm on a catch-up mission.
Barry, you ready to present your opening?
I am young. I am.
Okay, please, court.
Mr. Hagerman just described a relatively simple situation. Mr. Hagerman described a relatively...
Hold on, let me put the first defense attorney up on the screen, 332. Okay, that should get it.
Relatively simple situation. Mr. Hagerman,
defense attorney there. I don't know whose defense attorney that is, but that's a defense attorney.
easy case, if you look at an overhead camera.
Oh no, the audio went out. Gee, what y'all doing?
These trained men that on a
Dragland
nightly
courts.
basis go out into the most dangerous areas of Memphis, do the most dangerous job in Memphis, are supposedly not aware that the cameras that they rely on in doing their job over and over again is not there. That is a gotcha moment.
I gotta stop you there, nigga. It's 1,000 fucking cameras in the city of Memphis, and when I'm saying 1,000, I'm undercutting it. There's more than 1,000, but officers don't know where each and every one of them cameras is. I don't give a fuck if they've been working their goddamn neighborhood or that district or that beat for 10 years. They don't know where every camera is.
That would be okay if Mr. Hagerman had stood before you all, looked you in the eye and said that the Darius Bean, as he's out there on this, be on the lookout for a person who has been tased, pepper sprayed, and overcame 3 officers. If he had looked you in the eye and told you that Darius Bean has to hit start on his body worn camera to record it, it would be close to not disingenuous if Mr. Hagerman looks at you in the eye and says, you know, that camera that's 100-something feet in the air doesn't really capture the story as well as the body-worn cameras, because you can hear the 59 times that he's asked to give his hands. If Mr. Hagerman does not describe the fact that while he's on the ground doing whatever he's doing, that Mr. Bean has just run 80 yards with 40 pounds of equipment on, trying to capture somebody who made eye contact with him, and he asks him, hey man, and as soon as he gets the word man out, he takes off running. It would be an easy case if that night they didn't report to work on Flickr and discuss the fact that they had a spike in crime in that particular area, and that's where they're going to. They say their prayer, and they get out of there, and they go to those particular areas because their work is important work. Police work is dirty work. It just is. It doesn't mean that the men are dirty, and he continues to say, I'm not calling them monsters. He can't call them monsters because y'all got common sense.
Okay, brother.
You can't call them monsters.
Okay then, brother.
The evidence does not bear the fact.
He drinking water and shit.
I will start with what I agree with. I agree with the fact that they left Fletcher going to East Memphis. I agree with the fact that there was a person seen speeding, a suspect. I agree with the fact that this person drove 2 miles after Emmett Martin, who delivered blows, et cetera, cut on his blue lights and his sirens. What I don't agree with the fact is that there is a mystery regarding why he was ripped from a car. When he decides to drive 2 miles away from blue lights and sirens, it is high risk. These men are trained to engage in high-risk situations. And when you are engaging in a high-risk situation, you cannot go up to that window and say, ma'am, please get out of the car. You just can't do it. You get the person out of the car based on your assessment of that situation, based on your training. It's that simple. Does that. Now keep in mind, whatever happened on that first scene, getting him out of the car, that he was sprayed, and et cetera, let me tell you what he wasn't. He wasn't hit. He wasn't punched. Nobody pulled a pistol at him and said, I'm gonna blow your brains out. He wasn't tased until he got up and started running away from these officers. So let me be clear. While that stuff is happening, let me tell you who wasn't there. Darius Bean. Darius Bean is 3 miles away with Demetrius Mills, who you'll hear from probably today.
So I'm pretty sure I'm accurate when saying he's Tyre Bean's defense attorney.
On another stop with a guy with a warrant. And just like the other 400 odd arrests that he had made over the last 365 days, there wasn't an incident with him. He's making an arrest because the guy had warrants. He's doing what he's supposed to do. And guess what they do? They hear a call out over the radio, and this is a very important point. There is no back room, back alley type of let's go behind closed doors and everybody throw the body worn cameras. We're going to give them some 1960, 1970 type of justice. This is a call out over the radio by officers. Man has been tased, pepper sprayed, approximately 6 foot tall, 6'2", it turns out, and weighed about 180 pounds. So he might be the smallest out there, but I have news for you. That's an SEC wide receiver size. That's the size of a person who's athletic, who has the ability to run and to overcome 3 grown men. It's that simple. So the fictionalized stuff will stop this week. And you'll have the ability to listen and to assess the situation. And you will be able to assess it like you're doing on a January 7th cold night at 8 o'clock, rainy night, ground wet, and guys that only want to make it home to see their families and loved ones doing the best job that they can do. So while Tadarius Bean is on this site and they're about to arrest the person who's in custody, who they're making small talk with, and he's saying, yeah, you got him, I knew it. What do? They have to let him go. Because when you hear that bolo call, when you hear your person who you just had prayer with and just talked about going out into the world to do what you're supposed to do in the city of Memphis, when you hear somebody say he's been tased, pepper sprayed, and he's got away from you, it tells you one thing. It's dangerous. Let's go. And so what do? They go. They drive that 3 miles.
I know that nigga with the warrant was happy that day. He got a few more days worth of freedom. He probably didn't go turn himself in, but he enjoyed them few days. Like, woo.
And they start trying to do their job. You will see evidence that's clear that Tadarius Bean, they said, well, you know, they didn't have a talk about trying to hurt somebody. It's just the opposite. They don't want to hurt anybody. They want to make it home. They want to be safe. And they want to do their job effectively. And that's all you're going to hear about. So at 8:32, the first interaction that Tadarius Bean has with the person who subsequently will become Tyre Nichols, he makes eye contact with him while sitting in the passenger seat of a 2-man vehicle. And he does what he has to do or he'll get fired. He doesn't have the option to say to this person on the bolo who just took off running that, you know, I need to figure out if he's got a pistol. I need to figure out if he's got a knife. I need to figure out what he's got. He doesn't have the ability to see 6705 Ross Ridge and what you're all going to be able to see this week, Mr. Nichols hiding behind cars and leaving objects. He doesn't have that ability. So he doesn't know what he's left because, you know, unless he can have a crystal ball and say, hey, my job, I'm going to be safe, I'm going to make it home. All he has to do is to get out of the vehicle at that time, run like hell to try to catch this man on a dead sprint with 40 pounds worth of gear at night, and he does. Now, let me backtrack, because normally I don't try to talk about, and I know my friend Martin over here is going to talk about what Justice Smith does, but there's a telling point in this. Justice Smith drives up while Mr. Bean is driving down Ross Ridge, and in that area, ask one question, where he at? Which way did he go? Which way did he go? No conversations, no nothing, but he went that way because he knows that my partner in arms might be out there trying to apprehend this person negatively. And when they arrive on that scene simultaneously, and they take him down. Now, there is a 3-minute struggle. You'll get a chance to hear all of that. You'll get a chance to hear the body on camera, but keep in mind that Tadarius Bean cut his camera on. So you're not trying to kidnap. You're not trying to add assault. You're not trying to rob or murder or anything else somebody when you are recording yourself. You'll see you'll see Tyre Nichols do everything but get his hands. He reaches up. And does he get kicked down and then beat down and all that? No. They slap his hands 4 times, hands away from the vest of Tadarius Bean. And then they try to get him. Now, he talked about a recurring theme. This recurring theme of being pepper sprayed. Mr. Mills will come up, and Mr. Mills will testify about the pepper sprayed himself. If he's truthful and is consistent He's going to also say, I pepper sprayed that whole area. And these other guys who didn't get a chance to go take a break and catch their breath and all this stuff, you'll hear information about that first scene, and you're going to see Mr. Hemphill on that first scene. You're going to hear him hocking phlegm for an hour because he was pepper sprayed. He's not able to catch his breath, blowing his nose over and over. But during that time, who did not have the luxury to let this person go? Tyre Bean. Tyre Bean, and you'll hear about him. Graduated from the University of Mississippi, 2020. He goes to the academy in 2020 in August. January of 21, he graduates and he starts as an MPD officer. He was a patrolman too. He had no write-ups before that night. He had no complaints against him before that night. He had no issues or accusations of misconduct before that night. He had no verbal or written reprimands. He took his job dead seriously. He's assigned to Team 1 of the Scorpion Unit, which, by the way, is considered the best of the team in the Scorpion Unit. And he's the youngest member. And you'll get a chance to see what Tyre Nichols is like. And I don't want to get into Tyre Nichols prior to that night. I don't want to talk about who he was and all that. It ain't my business. I want you all to judge his actions. Consider the actions on January 7th, 2023. That he drove 2 miles away from blue lights and sirens. He was at Highway 385 in Riverdale. He drove all the way to Ross Bean after making contact. He refused to stop. He refused and resisted.
385 is an expressway. Riverdale is an exit he would have got. That was the expressway exit on the it's one of the exits on 385, and that's where they saying they cut the lights on, and he made it all the way to Ross and Rains.
A risk?
So I'm assuming for him to have gotten to Ross and Rains off of Riverdale and 385, he must have been getting off of 385 on Riverdale and took that to Ross.
He was actively resisting the whole time. And you can ask the question yourself, does he have a right to do that? Does he ignore the lawful commands of the officers that are involved? Was he actively resisting by running and walking and pulling away from me? And you will get a chance to see the actions at 6705 Ross Ridge prior to the interaction with Detective B. Scorpion Unit, street crimes operation to restore peace in our neighborhoods. You'll see who it was. The brainchild of C.J. Davis, the chief. It was created in 2021. Consisted of 3 teams. It focused on statistics related to crime spikes in certain areas. And Team 1 was sent to these dangerous places to sometime execute warrants and things like that. It was effective. Knocked the murder rate down 18.5 according to Chief Davis. 18.5%. Went from 303 murders during the year before to 258. I've told you about the meeting on Flickr and what they did in the interim. You can go to the next one. You will get a chance to look at policy and training. You'll see MPD policy. You'll hear terms like active versus passive training. Passive resistance training. High risk stops. Your testimony regarding the response to resistance policy of MPD. And you'll hear about hard hands. Now, kicks might not be the most tasteful sounding thing, but kicks are number 1 in the hard hands policy. It just is. And they followed the policy. You'll see the use of force continuum. You'll hear test questions that were given through the MPD Training Academy and how they discuss things like tunnel vision. When you're trying to look at a person and you're trying to hold on to them and you're focusing on one thing while other things might be happening. And you'll see training regarding the taser usage and when it's most likely to happen and when it's done the right way. And you'll hear about handcuffing. you'll see the difficulties of handcuffing a person who does not want to be handcuffed. And it will be consistent testimony that that is one of the most difficult aspects of the job. It's just, it is what it is. You'll see aspartame usage training. Now, Mr. Mills might have buyer's remorse regarding it or whatever, but the fact is, on that particular night, he deployed his aspartame and he used it the way that they train you to use it. 3 strikes to the arm. If it doesn't work and give pain compliance, you put it up. That's what he did. Now, go to the next one. You'll get to weigh the witnesses. Some witnesses might not want to take a chance. They say, hey, you know what, I will do a plea. And that's their business. That is not in any way attributable to Mr. Bean. You can't say, well, he said he's going to do one thing and then talk about it, but you'll have an opportunity to weigh why Mr. Mills is testifying a certain way. And you'll get a chance to ask certain questions. But as it relates to Bean, the consistent thing will be there's never anybody saying that he's ever done anything wrong, illegal, that he used excessive force in any way, and there won't be much criticism of his actions on that particular evening from Mills or any other witness testimony, if it's consistent with how they've given statements in the past. Next one. You'll also get to hear expert testimony. When you hear expert testimony, weigh it properly. That's what we ask. And questions like, how many times have you testified as an expert? Is this the first case or the first facts that you've ever given expert testimony regarding? And then their knowledge of certain things like human factors, fatigue, tunnel vision, resistance level, body movements, center of gravity, those types of things. Those are questions that the expert will need to talk to you about. And you'll see videos. You'll see videos that were turned on by the body-worn camera of Bean, Mr. Mills' body-worn camera, and you'll then have a syncing mechanism where you'll hear the voices and see what's going on even with the sky cam. Next. During the time frame, there are 2 kicks, as Mr. Hagerman talked about earlier. And this is that relevant 3-minute period that they're struggling. 2 kicks, 3 uses of the aspartame, 5 strikes, all by people other than Mr. Bean. And then that window tightened, but it's the same amount. 3 hits with the aspartame, 1 with an open hand, 2 punches. The punches are done by Mr. Martin. And you'll see that we're talking about the punches happening within a 13-second window. So while they are holding one hand that's cuffed, one hand that's not cuffed, you'll have expert testimony about the danger of releasing the hands. Because if you release a cuffed hand or a hand that's uncuffed when a person has a cuffed hand, he has a weapon way more dangerous than anybody on that scene. The jagged edges of a handcuff can kill you. Now, this will isolate the actions taken, and it's just a demonstration of what you're watching from that scene and from the video as it relates to the movements made by Tadarius Bean. It's just what you saw earlier. And you can write down the specific times that I ask you to give some focus to. And that's at 20, 33, and 57. That shows that Mr. Nichols is blading his body. And it shows that Tadarius Bean, while having been pepper sprayed earlier, is simply holding on to him. You'll see the amount of time that if he wanted to deliver some kind of punishment, that he could have punched him or kicked him or done something other than hold him, trying to get his hands into compliance and cuff.
I ain't gonna lie, that was pretty cool. Let me play that. Let's see here. Okay, that's pretty much par for course. Hold on. 449, 350.
He has a weapon way more dangerous than anybody on that scene. The jagged edges of a handcuff can kill you. Now, this will isolate actions taken, and it's just a demonstration of what you're watching from that scene and from the video as it relates to the movements made by Tyre's Bean. It shows that Tyre's Bean, while having been pepper sprayed earlier, is simply holding on to him. You'll see the amount of time that if he wanted to deliver some kind of punishment, that he could have punched him or kicked him or done something other than hold him, trying to get his hands into compliance and coming on, as he's saying, give him your hands, man. Give me
54. I think that animation was pretty cool. Oh, did they mute? They called an objection for something right after he showed that animation.
So a few seconds later, this is at 20, 34, and 12. Once again, look at where the hands of Mr. Bean would be. Now, the demonstrative is set for you all to see, to give a better sight of what to look for. Not as any sort of evidence that'll come in when the court allows. But look for his hand placements during that time. And that second later, when Mr. Martin comes up and he does kick once at his head and once seems to land.
No, I'm playing this shit out this video.
This is when that's the time. Keep in mind, you will get a chance to hear the video, the audio, and of the body-worn camera, and you'll see why they are placing their hands in the way and the angles that they are. Guarantee that it's simply to try to avoid him getting hit in the head by accident, so he can have a clear shot at the arms for pain compliance. And you'll see, but you'll get a chance to see that. But that's 20, 34, and 56. That's when the first strikes from the baton is being deployed. Second strike, as he turns his body a little bit more, is for that arm to be the target that's intended. You'll hear the evidence about how they are trained for half baton placement when they're trying to make a person comply. Now, you'll have the opportunity to see how Mr. Nichols gets up whether or not he stood up on his own or whether or not somebody stood him up. During this time, one of the hands has been handcuffed, the other hand has been freed. Mr. Bean has grabbed him by the waist, and that's at 20:35:08.
Somebody vibrating the thing.
At 20:35:09, I want you to look and be able to isolate how his body movement, in particular his center of gravity, and what he's trying to do. And you make that determination, but look for his body and his body movement and the center of gravity, and how it is pictured there is how we'll picture on that video as Mr. Nichols continues to try to move away. At 20:35:10, you make the determination on whether Mr. Bean is trying to take Mr. Nichols back down to the ground, or if he's standing them up as the state has indicated. You see that center of gravity, and you'll look at it on your own, but remember those particular times because it tells the complete story. And that is one of the hands, as I indicated earlier, one hand is cuffed, one hand is not cuffed, but has the potential for him to be free. And that creates a danger for the officers. And you'll have an opportunity to view that complete video. And that just isolates what's at the top. So, you heard during Mr. Hagerman's presentation the sad realities of it. No one is here to in any way diminish the fact that a person's life was lost. Simply saying that that person's life was not lost because these officers had some bone to pick or some gripe or trying to do something punitive to this person. Simply trying to do their job based off of the information that they had. Mr. Bean only knows what came out on that call out. He only goes to that scene. He only strikes his hands during the time when he first arrives, and you'll see it on the body worn camera of both Mr. Mills and Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean has been pepper sprayed just like Mr. Mills, except he doesn't have the luxury of walking off for a minute and coming back like Mr. Mills did. And Mr. Mills says that he was angry regarding the fact that he wouldn't get his hands, and so he used the asperton out of anger. Only he can second guess himself, but that's not Mr. Bean saying hit him with an asperton. More importantly, he hit him in the area that Mr. Bean was trained that Mr. Mills was supposed to have hit him in. Now, kind of glossed over it because it was on the PowerPoint, but you will see that the training under the conditions that these men faced, having been pepper sprayed and having an active resistor, MPD policy and MPD training trains you to administer blows way worse than anything you see. The training of Bad Bob has never been in any way shown in the media or anything like that. You all will get to see it. And you will see how these men are trained under these conditions and what they are supposed to do under the conditions according to their training. And we're simply asking that you not create some account of the actions that they were supposed to have taken in the cool, calm light of this room versus men that are acting under their training and discipline on that particular night. And with Mr. Bean, I'm giving emphasis to this as I sit down. Consider the fact that he had no prior incidents of anything. And on this particular occasion, he did not have the option to say, no, I'm not going to try to chase, and I'm not going to try to put handcuffs on this man. It's that simple. And I think that if you apply the law the proper way, all 7 counts would be not guilty. Men trying to do their job, and it's a very hard job. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, your lunch has arrived, so we are going to take a break for the lunch. We will come back, we will finish the opening statements and proceed with the case in chief. We're going to go ahead and allow you all to step out. If you can please leave your notes in your chairs.
All right, this is the 4-hour mark. Let me slide on through. Okay, we're making good time. I said about 4 hours it would take to do this whole live. Damn, they had a long lunch. So they'll come back swinging. 5 hours and 21 minutes. Nope, still not back, but the cameras came back up. Oh, damn. How long were they fucking lunch? Oh, an hour and a half. Nope, still going. Good grief. God damn, dog. I've been saying this and that still ain't bad. Hour and 40-minute lunch. They done cut the camera and skip back on, but they not.
As we go through this process, we left off with the defense opening statements. Mr. Stengel, are you ready to proceed, sir?
I am, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, let me show y'all the other defense attorney, 54320. Get him on the screen. There's white ass go. Oh no, that's not a good angle. All right, got him. Second defense attorney.
Good afternoon. Mike Stengel, and along with Mr. Steve Leffler, it's our privilege to represent Demetrius Haley. Choices, ladies and gentlemen. If you want a theme for this trial, I suggest to you it's choices. Demetrius Haley chose to become a Memphis police officer. He entered the MPD Training Academy in August 2020 at the height of COVID, graduating in January of 2021. From there, like all graduates, he rode in a 2-man car with what they call a field training officer, a senior officer who helps new graduates bridge the gap between the classroom and enforcing the law on the streets of Memphis. He successfully completed that field training program, became a patrolman, and in October of 2022, he was assigned to the Scorpion team. Scorpion Team 1. Scorpion was different, ladies and gentlemen, as Mr. Hagman said, they didn't have a precinct to patrol. They dressed differently. The Scorpion unit was a street crime abatement team created by the police department's command staff. And it was their job to go, they were assigned, not a precinct, not a regular area to patrol, but based upon crime data that the command staff reviewed, they would send each Scorpion team, there were 3 different teams, to a particular area for a few weeks at a time. The highest crime, most dangerous areas of Memphis. And they were to saturate the area. Now they looked different and they dressed different, they had different cars. They were undercover cars. You've seen some of the video. Those 2 Dodge Chargers were Scorpion team cars. They were undercover. Unlike regular Memphis patrol cars, there was no in-car video on these undercover cars. They also had interior blue lights, not on top, like patrol cars. They dressed differently. They were in all black. They wore sweatshirts, hoodies, black pants. They had tactical vests, police written on them, all in reflective. But they also wore masks, what I call watch tags. They had different radios. They had their own radio channel that was encrypted. Only the Scorpion team members could hear the radio traffic, unless, of course, they switched to the precinct channel or switched over to reach the dispatcher. And their job, designed by the command staff, was to go and saturate these high crime areas and make traffic stops. The law is very clear, and these officers were trained at the academy, that the United States Supreme Court has said, as long as you see a traffic violation, it is okay to make a traffic stop, even if you have an ulterior motive. And the command staff gave the Scorpion team members an ulterior motive. They needed a traffic stop. They needed a traffic violation to make a valid stop, but they weren't making a stop to write a ticket. They were looking for people with warrants. They were looking for guns. They were looking for gun switches. And they were looking for drugs. They were there to suppress crime. You'll also learn, as all policemen are trained and know, there are 2 types of traffic stops. An unknown stop, which might be me being blue lighted and pulled over driving home from court today. Or a high-risk stop. High-risk stop may be stopping somebody who you know has just carjacked and shot somebody and is driving the carjacked car. There's no such thing as a low-level traffic stop because policing is dangerous. You never know what you're going to encounter. If I'm in an unknown traffic stop getting pulled over, I may have a gun waiting for the officer to approach. So it's either unknown or high risk. January 7th, 2023. About 8:20 p.m. at an intersection near, I'm Riverdale, near Quince Road. You'll learn these streets over the next 2 weeks. Just north of I-385, Emmett Martin, a member of Scorpion Team 1, gets on the radio and says he's got a speeding blue Nissan Sentra that's just blown a light. He's going to pull it over. Demetrius Haley, on duty with him on Scorpion Team 1, is right in the area and acknowledges he'll assist with the traffic stop. Another Scorpion Team member, whose name you've heard, Preston Hemphill, is also right there. He acknowledges he'll assist with the traffic stop. driving down Riverdale, which has a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit. Martin turns on his blue lights, turns on his siren, and the blue Nissan Sentra chooses not to pull over. When choosing not to pull over, he chooses to commit at least 2 more traffic violations you'll hear of. He's still speeding, and at least twice he switches lanes without turning his signal, putting another car in between him and Martin. Martin, Haley, and Hemphill are following the blue Nissan Sentra down Riverdale in excess of 45 miles an hour. The blue Nissan Sentra turns right on East Rains, and East Rains is also 45-mile-an-hour zone. There's a little crest in the hill before they get to Ross. The proof will show that Preston Hemphill got up to 64 miles an hour in this 45-mile-an-hour zone and was falling behind. He lost the other cars as they crested that hill. But he crests the hill, and right there at the intersection of Ross and Rains, the light is red. The blue Nissan Sentra is in the left turn lane. Demetrius Haley's car is on the left side, the driver's side, parked. Emmett Martin's car is angled at the front passenger side. Hemphill, and you'll see his body on camera. You'll see virtually the entire stop because you see Demetrius Haley leave his car. You see Emmett Martin leave his car. And of course, the camera shows Hemphill leaving his car. The driver's choice not to stop, and you'll hear that it was obvious that the driver was avoiding pulling over when blue lighted with the siren. Martin announced on the radio that in police talk, the driver was getting little on him, disappearing, running, fleeing by car. That in and of itself, according to the officer's training and procedures, changes what would have been a routine unknown traffic stop to elevate the risk somewhat. Makes sense. People pull over for lights and sirens. When the Nissan Sentra stopped right by the cars that he had been driving away from, that again increased all of the officers' awareness and concern because it was unusual behavior. Very unusual. Consistent with his training, Demetrius Haley got out of his car and used, as he was trained, what they call verbal judo. He loudly and profanely, you'll hear it, ordered the driver out of the car. The driver chose not to get out of the car. Haley approached, opened the door, and he's continuing to give commands. Commands are being given. The driver, Haley, approaches the door, opens it, and the driver leans away from him. Haley moves up the Memphis Police Department's use of force continuum that you started learning a little bit about last week. And he uses soft hands. He reaches in to get the driver out. The driver pulls away from him. Haley reaches back in, pulls him out, and it was Demetrius Haley. Demetrius Haley on the driver's side, getting the driver out. I think Mr. Hagerman misspoke when he said it was Haley, or it was Martin who pulled him out of the car. But it'll become clear as you look at all of the video and listen to the testimony. Haley got him out of the driver's seat using the soft hands technique and put him in the A-frame of the car, between the body of the car and the open driver's door, to get his hands behind his back, handcuff and detain him for this increased risk traffic stop. The driver chose not to comply and not to allow his hands to be cuffed, and indeed spun around on Haley in the A-frame with Emmett Martin and Preston Hemphill there. At that moment, once the driver has chosen that, Emmett Martin announces, "Let go my gun." Now the danger and risk has dramatically increased. All officers are trained to keep track of your gun. Never let a suspect get your gun. With that announcement, the driver is taken to the ground, where he still is not compliant. He still chooses to blade himself rather than follow the commands to lay flat. He is still resisting, having his arms put behind his back. And Demetrius Haley uses his pepper spray. They're down on the ground, unable to control the driver at this point. And in an attempt to pepper spray the driver, Haley gets himself. At that moment, the driver chooses to continue not to comply. He gets up and he gets away from all three officers. As he is running, you'll see he's initially running towards an open car door on a vehicle that's running. Officer Preston Hemphill shoots his taser and frankly misses. It does not connect. The driver is off running southbound on Ross. Haley and Hemphill chase him. The chase is very short, a couple hundred yards at the most, before Hemphill falls behind. The driver's frankly faster than Hemphill. Haley is overcome by the pepper spray. You'll learn and see, the proof will show how debilitating pepper spray is. Hemphill tells dispatch, "We've got one running. Let everybody know to be on the lookout." Gives a general description of the guy and says he's been pepper sprayed and tased. Haley is virtually blind from the pepper spray. As he and Hemphill are getting back to the cars, half a block or so away, Haley is stopped and needs Hemphill's help to cross the street. He's virtually blind. For the next 7.5 minutes, Haley, with Hemphill's help, is at Ross and Reynolds with the police cars, literally trying to pry his eyes open to have water dumped on him to try and flush out the pepper. Proof will also show that there is no real remedy for pepper spray. It's trying to flush your eyes with water, it's getting air in it, and time. 7.5 minutes, Hemphill is repeatedly dumping water on Haley's face and eyes as he's trying to recover. During those 7.5 minutes, they're still hearing the police radio and dispatch. And Haley learns that other Scorpion officers, a two-man car first, driven by Mills with Bean in the passenger seat, see the suspect at Ross and Castlegate, and he's taken off on them. And they are running after him on foot. So Haley learns through the radio that the suspect has run again, a third flight. And also, while he is still trying to recover at Ross and Rains, it comes over the radio from Justin Smith that they've caught the suspect. They need more cars because he's fighting. After 7.5 minutes, there's been enough recovery, enough water. Hearing his fellow officers need help, he puts his tactical vest back on, gets in the car, and heads to Bear Creek and Castlegate. Arriving there, times will mean more over the next several days, but he arrives there at 8:36 and 15 seconds. When he arrives, he knows this is the suspect. He knows he's fled 3 times. He knows he's gotten away from Haley, Hemphill, and Martin. He knows he's fled from Mills and Bean. He knows that Justin Smith has called for more cars because he's fighting. As he arrives, the driver and a couple of officers are down towards the ground. The driver has a handcuff on his left wrist, nothing on his right wrist. He is not detained, and the police training is that single cuffed wrist is a weapon, a potential weapon, very dangerous. Haley runs up and chooses to follow his training using now the hard hand technique, a single leg strike or kick to his upper arm, a muscle pressure point, clothed area of the body, in an attempt to get that arm released so that the other officers on the ground with him can get him handcuffed and detained. It works, and within seconds, the driver is handcuffed and detained. Seconds after that, consistent with his training, Haley gets on the radio and tells dispatch, we need an ambulance. The suspect has been pepper sprayed, tased, and everything, is his exact phrasing. You're going to hear medical proof. You'll hear from the medical examiner and at least one forensic pathologist. The proof's going to be virtually identical. Cause of death goes back to blunt force trauma to the head, which led to a stroke or strokes, which led to cardiac arrest, and over the next 3 days, organ failure and death of the driver at St. Francis Hospital. All of the force and all of the trauma is on video, and you're going to see it. You have to piece a little bit together because some parts are on different officers' body worn cameras and some on the Skycop cameras. But they all have a timestamp on them, and the body-worn cameras all have an identical camera number that I call an Axon number. It's an Axon camera system, AXON, and then the lengthy number. So you'll know whose body worn camera you're watching at the time you're watching. At Ross and Rains, Demetrius Haley used soft hands in his high-risk traffic stop to get him out of the car, used pepper spray, and helped take him to the ground after Martin announced, "Let go my gun." The driver took off and ran. Hemphill used or attempted to use his taser at Ross and Rains. At Castlegate and Bear Creek, you'll see that the driver was tackled. I believe it was Officer Bean that was the first one to reach in and tackle him. Bean and Smith were the first two there. Mills was the third one there. Mills used pepper spray 3 times and the asked baton on the same right arm. Martin, you've seen once, kicked him twice in the head and punched him 5 times in the head and face. All before Demetrius Haley arrived. Proof and common sense show that you can't intervene in something you weren't there for and didn't know about. Demetrius Haley had a duty to render aid, and he did once the suspect was detained. He virtually immediately called for an ambulance. While this is going on, back at Ross and Rains, Hemphill is still with the cars. And of course, he has notified dispatch that medical response is needed because of the use of pepper spray and a taser. Again, that's Memphis Police Department protocol procedure. Immediately after Demetrius Haley left Ross and Rains, I say immediately, virtually immediately, within a minute or so, the fire department arrived at Ross and Rains in response to dispatch's request because of Hemphill's call. It was engine 55 and there were 2 EMTs, emergency medical technicians, riding on it. Robert Long and Jermichael Sandridge. They got out with their bags and they approached Hemphill there at Ross and Rains. And while they were there, they learned that they were called out not to treat an officer who had been pepper sprayed, but to treat the suspect who had been pepper sprayed, been tased, had been fighting with the officers, and had fled and was at a different location several blocks away. They also learned that the suspect would not be brought back to Ross and Rains for treatment, but they were to go down Ross to Castlegate. They did. Once they got to Ross and Castlegate, and you'll learn Bear Creek is a small cove cul-de-sac a block up from Ross, a block up Castlegate from Ross. There were so many police cars at that intersection and along Castlegate that the fire engine couldn't get up there. So Long and Sandridge got off, they took their blue trauma bag, walked up. They were directed to the suspect who was handcuffed and seated up against one of those 2 undercover cars you saw. And they also overheard officers saying at the scene of Castlegate and Bear Creek that they believed that the suspect was on something. While those EMTs were there, they, along with law enforcement, got the suspect's wallet out and learned that his name was Mr. Tyre Nichols. He was nothing to Demetrius Haley or any other Memphis police officer other than the driver of that blue Nissan Sentra until that point. When Long and Sandridge arrived and were directed to Mr. Nichols, he was alert, he was oriented, he was answering questions. His speech was slightly slurred. He told them he was 29 years old. He admitted that he had been drinking some alcohol. He sort of ignored the question about drug use. He neither admitted nor denied drug use. He just really didn't respond. He didn't complain of pain. He didn't say anything about what had happened. He repeatedly said, "I want to be uncuffed," and stood up. Those EMTs spent the next 14 minutes standing and observing Mr. Nichols. They also, can't remember if I said, they checked and his pupils were pinpoint, which to them was indicative of the suspected drug use. Because of that, EMT Long called for an ambulance. He and Sandridge stood and observed Mr. Tyre Nichols for roughly 14 minutes. And you'll see that. No vital signs taken, although their paperwork said they were. After that 14-minute mark, an officer off camera, but you hear the voice. Now, believe that it's Justin Smith, but you'll make your own determination. But an officer says something, "Hey, are you okay?" directed at Mr. Nichols. EMT Long is there, and he notices a change in Mr. Nichols' condition. He performs a sternal rub, which is basically a knuckle in the breastbone, to see how responsive he is. And Mr. Nichols responds to that. At that same time, the ambulance, Unit 28, arrives. It is staffed by another EMT, Jalen Jones, and a paramedic by the name of Jesse Guy. The paramedic has more education and is able to provide a higher level of care and perform procedures and administer drugs that an EMT can. Mr. Guy takes over the care, immediately gives him Narcan, intranasal Narcan, in an attempt to counteract what may be an overdose. By this time, Mr. Nichols has gone from alert and oriented to responsive, depending to unresponsive. The paramedic starts an IV, more Narcan is given, he is loaded onto a stretcher, put in the ambulance, and the ambulance is off to St. Francis Hospital. Virtually, when back doors of the ambulance are closed, and EMT Long from Engine 55 ends up driving the ambulance, in the back with Mr. Nichols and treating him, paramedic Jesse Gott, other two EMTs, Jermichael Sandridge and Jalen Jones, who had arrived in the ambulance. He is treated, he goes into cardiac arrest, and gets CPR, various drugs, and is transported to St. Francis Hospital, where the care is transferred to the emergency room. Ladies and gentlemen, the facts here are tragic and a tragedy. Demetrius Haley was present for portions of this. But a tragedy does not mean a homicide occurred. And Demetrius Haley's presence during portions of this tragedy does not mean he engaged in criminal conduct. The proof is going to show that Demetrius Haley chose to engage in policing, which can get ugly and dangerous and dirty. And he followed his training that night. The state has brought murder, kidnapping, assault, oppression, and misconduct charges against Demetrius Haley. I'm not going to spend time on elements, but I want to talk very, very briefly about the state's burden. We all know it's beyond a reasonable doubt. That is the highest burden in our legal system. It's not an insurmountable burden, but it is the highest burden. It is such a high burden that it is higher than the burden the state would have to meet if this was a case where it was trying to take custody of a child from his or her parent. That's how high beyond a reasonable doubt is. Demetrius, the state will not be able to prove the elements of this murder, kidnapping, assault, oppression, or misconduct charges beyond a reasonable doubt against Demetrius Haley. He thanks you for the time you've already given and for your paying attention to the proof. Listen to the proof. Learn these intersections in Memphis. Look at the times on the videos. Look at who did what and who was where, and hold the state to this high, high burden of beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you for your time and attention.
Yes. I happen to know we have a second grade teacher in amongst us. So when the kids come back from lunch, you stick them in a hot classroom. What happens? There you go. So, Judge, Your Honor's permission, could they stand up, just stretch a moment? Because
if anyone needs to stand up, or if you need a drink or need a rest, then you all are welcome to let us know. We will take that rest. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and proceed.
I just don't want you falling asleep during the time. All right, I've done this 32 years. And in 32 years of trial practice, I've never read my opening statement ever. But this is probably going to be my last jury trial, and so I want to make sure I don't miss any points. So I'm going to stay pretty close to my notes. I figured it's good enough for a preacher, it's good enough for me. Okay? I have the pleasure of representing Mr. Justin Smith. Justin, could you stand? This trial started with an indictment, and as it's been explained to you, the indictment is giving notice to the defendants what the charges are against them. And you've heard what those charges are, ranging all the way from second-degree murder, all the way down to official oppression, kidnapping, aggravated assault. All right? What you may or may not know, and it may or may not make a difference to you, is the indictment for murder actually was filed and then publicized within days of Tyre Nichols' death. The indictment came before the autopsy was ever gotten back on Tyre Nichols. The indictment occurred before the toxicology reports on Tyre Nichols ever came back. Then we went through that. As criminal defendants, you did go through the process of the indictment, turning yourself in, et cetera, and then just go on the process of discovery. So there's a lot of things that we know in our files that you don't know yet because the state has to give us what's called discovery. Okay, and so from that discovery is what we piece together our defense, and it's what the district attorney uses to prosecute. Now, Mr. Hagerman said a very common theme that we heard in Memphis a lot for the last over 2 years: justice for Tyre. Justice for Tyre. Tyre died, which, by the way, is a tragedy. It's tragic whenever anything that God created dies before its time. It's tragedy. Everyone was screaming and yelling justice for Tyre. And these indictments came down targeting 5 police officers. And about the only thing they had in common were they were on the Scorpion team and that they were at Bear Creek and Castlegate that night. You've heard from the lawyers about someone named Emmett Martin. Emmett Martin's not here. The reason Emmett Martin's not here is he's already pled guilty to killing Tyre Nichols. He's not here. Desmond Mills has also pled guilty to causing the death of Tyre Nichols. He's pulled the baton. I'm going to baton the fuck out of you. Give me your hands. Give me your hands. That's that. He's already pled guilty to causing the death of Tyre Nichols. What you may or may not know is they're awaiting sentencing. Their sentencing, some of it's going to depend not only on the crime that they pled guilty to, but it's also going to depend on their testimony here and how favorable or how cooperative they are with the state. Don't think for 1 minute, if somebody's looking at life in prison, they won't come in here and point the finger and say whatever they can say so they can get favorable recommendations from the government to reduce their sentence. Okay, those 2 guys aren't here. The guy who punched Tyre Nichols, I think 5 times. And you're also going to hear from the pathologist that says that there are 5 distinct tears in the brain, coincidental, that killed Tyre. What happened is that his brain started shutting down from the injury. It then affects your central nervous system and went into heart failure. Okay? During that period of time while they're waiting on the ambulance, only 1 cop is monitoring Tyre's respiration rate. And you'll hear him, Mr. Sting was right, you'll hear him on tape saying to these EMTs, who I'd be willing to bet, we're all going to walk away from this saying those EMTs were the most incompetent people in the whole world. Because Justin Smith said either 3 or 4 times, hey, do you have the baggy thing to put on him? It's a rebreather to give someone oxygen. A cop is telling EMTs, do you have the baggy thing to put on him? You'll see and you'll hear Justin Smith saying, his O2's getting low. Where's your green bag? You'll hear that phrase, green bag. The green bag is the bag that has the oxygen canister in it that EMT Long was supposed to have brought with him. By the way, before I forget, there's some confusion about EMTs and ambulances, okay? In Memphis, what happens is they will dispatch a fire truck first, and on that fire truck are EMTs. So that's who first arrives, okay? Then, if the medical care is higher or needed higher, that's when dispatch will then send an ambulance. And you'll hear proof that ambulances are very short supply. It's in the fire truck. Hemp Hill is not who called for medical. It was Justin Smith, and You'll hear it at 13 minutes and 15 seconds on the dispatch tape. You'll hear that tape. The whole interaction starts on the road and doing all that, okay? And the call goes out saying, hey, we have a black male suspect running southbound Ross Road who's been tased and sprayed. Every cop who's going to come in here and testify will say, when you hear that, that means he's going to fight. If someone's been tased and sprayed and he's running, he's going to fight. And so when an officer calls for assistance because of a fight, you come. That's what Mr. Perry mentioned about how they actually let a suspect go so they could respond to help, okay? But listen on the dispatch tape. At 13 minutes and 15 seconds, it's Justin Smith who comes up on the radio, who's not even there. He's responding to the call for assistance. He tells the dispatcher how to do her job, apparently. Hey, go ahead and roll MFD now if chemical agent has been used. Because they know they're going to decontaminate it. Okay? That was Justin who called before they ever even caught Tyre Nichols. So at the end of this, don't tell me that Justin Smith was not concerned about the medical care of an unknown suspect who had not been searched, who had been fighting with the police, who had been tased and sprayed, that Justin Smith was responding to. Now, Justin Smith, if anything, is a horrible navigator. So he rolls up to Rains and Ross Road where Hemphill is standing, and this is what Mr. Perry was talking about. You'll see on the body cam, you'll see Justin pull up, stop for like 2 seconds. He looks at Hemphill and says, which way do you go? Hemphill, you'll see he's a very young, very chubby, chubbier than me, white guy. He points and says, that way. Off Justin goes. So Justin goes into the neighborhood because his experience tells him if you don't catch somebody pretty soon and set up a perimeter, you're not going to get them. And if he's been sprayed and if he's been tased, by the way, this after the fact business about the taser didn't work, nobody knew that then. Okay? You'll see Tyre Nichols running away from the taser, taking his coat off. I don't even think Tyre Nichols didn't know that he had been tased. But if you don't get medical to check someone out, you can find them later in a bush dead from an asthma attack, shock, whatever, heart attack, whatever. So Justin calls dispatch. Can we set a perimeter up so we can get this guy? Okay? And as Justin's sitting at a stop sign, trying to figure out where he's going, he looks up and he sees Tyre Nichols running, and Tyre's being chasing after him down a dark street. We people who are not cops, that don't work the 6 p.m. shift, 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. shift, in the second most dangerous city in the United States, don't understand what it is to run down this dark street after a suspect who has now run from the cops 3 times and he's unsearched. You will hear proof that Justin Smith, in a short 4-year, 5-year period on OCE, that's organized crime, which is the umbrella of the Scorpion, made over 1,000 felony arrests. Think about that. That's almost 1 a day. That's how dangerous Memphis is. We are the 5th most, this is FBI statistics, 5th most dangerous city in the world for murders. And Tadarius Bean is chasing this man down a dark street and tackles him. Justin's sitting in his car. He sees this happen. So Justin makes the choice. We hear about choices. Justin makes the choice to get out of his car and help Tadarius get this guy in handcuffs. Okay? Now, I may or may not misquote Justin. If so, please forgive me. The tapes will be my guardrails, okay? But the first thing Justin and Tadarius says, bro, give me your hands. Give me your fucking hands. Man, just give me your hands. And they want to take issue with the fact that they had his hands, okay? But I want to tell you something, and every cop that's going to testify will tell you that as old as I am, if a cop grabs my hands and I don't release my arms, it'll take 3 cops or more to keep those arms behind my back. So as they're screaming, give me your hands, and they got their hands on him, that's like, give me your hands, so I can put them behind your back and handcuff them. Okay, that's what that means. They don't have to say, sir, could you please relax the deltoid muscle on your arm so I can take your arm and put it behind your back and sexually handcuff you? No, give me your hands. Tyre must have known what it meant because he wasn't giving those hands. Okay? Justin was able to get one handcuff on the left wrist of Tyre Nichols. You'll see this in the video, okay? So imagine that handcuff. By the way, these are the actual handcuffs that were used to arrest Tyre Nichols. Now imagine this on my left wrist. This has not been clasped onto the right hand yet. Those serrated teeth right there, I flipped that one time, that's it. The Memphis Police Department trains their officers that if a suspect gets the cuffed hand away, you can use lethal force on them, shoot them. Now that's the training. Now while this is going on, Mills, and as Mr. Hagman correctly stated, it's kind of a theme of this case, Mills came up and sprayed everybody in the group. He sprayed Nichols, he sprayed Bean, he sprayed Smith with very powerful, what's called OC spray. It's pepper spray. Much more powerful than what you buy at Dick's or Academy Sports, okay? And you'll see training videos on that. One shot, one squirt in the eye will shut you down. You're not going to see, you're not going to breathe. And remember, you're on a dark street with one handcuff. Justin wears glasses, you can see. His glasses were knocked off in the fight. He's got pepper spray. He's breathed it in. And people want to take issue with what Tadarius and Justin were doing. Guess what Emmett Martin did, the one who pled guilty to killing him? Guess what Desmond Mills did, the one who pled guilty to killing him? When he sprayed it. Those two walked off and took a 1.5-minute break to get their breath back. You'll see all this on video. You got Mills over there breathing, snotting, spitting. You got Martin who's like this big. Whoo, whoo. He breathed. Not Tadarius and Justin. They still got their hands on him, on Nichols, trying to get him. And you'll see him bent over at 90 degrees. By the way, white tennis shoes are Justin. Justin had blown his knee out the night before on another chase where he caught somebody. He wasn't supposed to be at work. You'll hear from his wife. His wife told him not to go to work. He's been over. He also has a, they call it, sometimes we call it tactical vest, but it's a bulletproof vest. Okay? Justin's bulletproof vest has 2 reflective strips along the rib cage. So it's real easy to keep an eye on Justin during this whole occupation. Tadarius, got the same, a little bit bigger than Justin. He has a black hoodie on, so he looks like a cone head as he's wrestling with Tyre Nichols. These cops arrest violent felons every night. And every cop who comes in here to testify will tell you that Tyre Nichols was the most difficult arrest they've ever made. He had superhuman strength. And I'll bet you right now you're asking the same question that everybody in the world was asking. Why did Tyre Nichols run from that first traffic stop with Emmett Martin, Demetrius Haley, and Hemphill? Why did he run? This traffic stop and be traffic stops in Memphis all the time. Why did he spin on Haley in the A-frame of the car? By the way, if he's got a weapon on him, that's it. Why did he spin on Haley? When Haley and them, these big men, put him on the ground and he got up and ran away, why did he run away from that car? Why did he abandon his car? He's looking at a reckless driving charge. Whoop-de-doo in Memphis. You get a gold star in Memphis for that. Why did he run? Then you're going to see him just down the street on another skytop camera, not the one that Bear Creek Casket, but another one. And you will see Tyre Nichols, the TBI agent, will come in here and testify that that's Tyre. Tyre's hiding behind a Toyota 4Runner. He's peeking out from around the front of that Toyota as the Scorpion car comes through looking for him. When that Scorpion car goes by, Tyre comes out the other side of the woods, make sure it's gone on down there. He turns around and starts walking this way. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, Mills, who's not here, and Tadarius find Nichols walking nonchalantly through the front yard. Somebody else's house. Tadarius says, "Hey!" Boom, off he goes. That's that chase we're talking about. Down a dark street. Tadarius caught him. Okay? Now, do you remember much was made about the definitions of second-degree murder? Unlawful, knowing, or intentional. And remember this phrase, reasonably certain. So, not reasonably expected, reasonably certain. When you hear about Justin Smith, when you hear about Tadarius Bean doing what they did that night, there's no way those men should be responsible for Emmett Martin. You will also hear proof that Emmett Martin was deranged. Emmett Martin was deranged. In fact, to some people, he had admitted being homicidal. Yet his repentance, Emmett Smith, put him out on the streets anyway. Cops have to rely on other cops, just like that surgical team that Keith Berry talked about. You've got to rely on the other cops on your team to do the right thing at the right time. Okay? No one could expect it, much less be reasonably certain, that Emmett Martin would come and crush the brain of Tyre Nichols. And before you take my word on it about what kind of person Justin Smith is, you will hear proof that Justin Smith never allowed another cop to ever abuse a suspect. You say, well, that's great, in life. Everybody would say that. You will hear direct proof that not 1 month before this, Justin Smith turned in a Scorpion Team cop for slapping a handcuffed suspect. Just slapping. What Emmett Martin did was a heck of a lot more than slapping somebody. Justin Smith was proud to be a police officer. You will hear proof that's all he ever wanted to be. He wanted to be a cop since he was 10 years old when his mama was being abused and a Millington cop came to her assistance. He didn't have 2 nickels rubbed together. He went to college, and he only applied for 1 job out of college. That's the MPD. You will hear Justin Smith's former bosses, I'm talking about brass, people are really in charge. They're not worried about what MPD thinks about him coming in here and testifying. They're going to come in and say he was kind and compassionate cop who protected suspects and he protected other officers. You will hear Preston Hemphill describe Justin Smith as kind and gentle. Yet he's standing here, having lost his career, lost his reputation, standing charged with second-degree murder. So if you hear a little bit of frustration in my voice about that, that's what it is. So we're going to watch a bunch of videos, we're going to hear a bunch of audio, we're going to hear a bunch of foul language. And at the end, I think good things will happen for Justin. Because no matter what the politicians wanted done to Justin, see, indicting cops, that's a big thing nowadays. No matter what the politicians wanted done to all these cops, it's your word. You will be the final word whether or not Justin Smith broke the law. And I'm confident in you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, here before we go to witness, does anybody need a break? With that being said, State, are you ready with your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Rovon Wells.
Oh, well.
far as witnesses coming in, I know there wasn't made on the record, but with regard to what we have, with regard to the rule, are there any other witnesses that, potential witnesses in the courtroom that the defense had requested at the rule? I just wanted to.
May I speak to Mr. Heidelman real quick? I may be able to take care of it. Yes, we are going to call for the rule. However, I believe I'm going to commit one exception to that.
Your Honor, we may need just a 3-minute recess.
Oh. Maybe we can just have a seat right there on that front row.
Your Honor, I'll shorten that to a.
Man, you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, please have a seat. Please watch. You can proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Ms. Wells.
Good afternoon.
Will you introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please?
Hello, my name is Robon Wells. I'm the mother of Tyre Nichols.
Ms. Wells, will you spell your first and last name for the court reporter and for the jury, please?
My first name is R-O-W, V as in Victor, A-U-G-H-N as in Nancy, last name Wells, W-E-L-L-S.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. You mentioned you were the mother of Tyre Nichols.
Yes.
Tell the jury, are you married?
Yes.
Who is your husband?
Rodney Wells.
And how long have you and Mr. Rodney been married?
It'll be 13 years in November.
You mentioned Tyre was your son. Do you have other children?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about your other children? Their names?
Kiana Dixon is my oldest daughter. Michael Contreras is my oldest son. Lindsay Dupree is my middle son, and Tyre is my baby.
Ms. Wells, are you a native Memphian?
No.
Can you tell the jury when you moved to Memphis?
I moved to Memphis in 2008, March of 2008.
And I want to draw your attention back to the time of January 2023. At that time, where were you living in Memphis?
It's 6743 Castlegate Lane.
And who lived with you at 6743 Castlegate?
My husband and my son Tyre.
Where were you employed back at that time in January 2023?
First Horizon Bank.
Was Mr. Rodney Wells employed at that time?
Yes.
And where did he work?
At FedEx.
Was Tyre Nichols employed at that time?
Yes.
Where did he work?
At FedEx.
Did your husband and son work together at FedEx?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention specifically to the date of January 7th, 2023, a Saturday. Tell the jury what you remember about how that day started and specifically your interactions with Tyre that morning.
Well, when I woke up that morning, Tyre wasn't at home. He came in about 11:30 that morning. There was a co-worker that was teaching Ty how to drive the forklift. So Tyre would go in on Saturdays and they would, he would teach him how to do the booklet. Tyre, like I said, he came in about 11:30. We spoke briefly. He went laid down. He got up about 2 o'clock or something like that. He took a shower, messed around the house. And about 3:30, he was on his way out the door.
And as he was on his way out, did you have a conversation with him before he left?
Yes, I was actually in the kitchen. I had just was taking out some food for dinner that night. He asked me what I was cooking. And he said, Mama, are you getting ready? Are you cooking some chicken? And I said, yes. And he said, well, how are you going to make it? And I said, well, I think I'm going to do sesame chicken today. And he just kind of rubbed his stomach. Okay. So about 3:30, he was on his way out the door. He hugged me and said, I'll see you later.
Did he enjoy your sesame chicken?
No, he never made it home to enjoy my sesame chicken.
Tell the jury what's the next thing you heard about Tyre that day.
Well, about 8:30, I say about 8:30-ish, 8:45, somewhere up in there, we got a knock at the door. My husband and I, we were getting ready to watch a basketball game. I was complaining about my stomach hurting earlier. So he decided to come in the room with me and watch the game. And we were just going to lay across the bed and watch the game. We got a knock at the door. Bang, 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 Memphis police. My husband went to the door. I heard a gentleman say, does Tyre Nichols live here? My husband, he paused a second, and then I came to the door, and I said, yes, Tyre lives here. I'm his mother. What's going on? They proceeded to tell me, the police officer that was at the door, it was actually 2 police officers at the door. One proceeded to tell me that Tyre was arrested. And I asked him why he was arrested. And they said for DUI. And DUI, that didn't sound right to me.
And tell the jury, why doesn't that make sense to you?
Because my son, he doesn't drink like that to have a DUI. We're not drinkers in our families. So Ty would barely drink a beer, or something. So it just didn't seem right to me. They proceeded to ask me, was he on drugs? Did he do any type of drugs? And I said, no, we don't do any type of drugs. Smoke a little marijuana. And I said, why? They said because he had all this wild strength and all this strength and everything, and they had to end up pepper spraying him and tasing him. And that still didn't sound right to me. And I made a statement. Well, if all of that happened, then somebody must have put something in his drink or something if they were saying all of this stuff happened. So the officer told me that they're going to be taking my son to the hospital. I asked him where my son was, and the officer said he was nearby. And I said, nearby? And they said they were going to take him to the hospital because he had been tased and pepper sprayed. I said, well, okay, what hospital is he going to? I need to go. The officer told me that I could not go because Ty was arrested. He proceeded to get, some more information from us and everything, and then they left.
After those officers left, what did you do next?
After the officers left, I started kind of pacing the floor a little bit. I got my phone and I started trying to call my son. He didn't answer. I told my husband, come on, let's go. Let's go find Tyre. He took a little too long and I had jumped in the truck, my SUV. There was another police officer just sitting out there. So my husband came. We were gonna take the route that we thought, Tyre would come home. And because they were saying that they were taking him to the hospital, we just kind of assumed that it would be St. Francis because that's where normally they take, people. So as we got into our vehicle and we drove to Rains and Castlegate, we made a right on Rains. No, we made a right on Ross. I'm sorry. We made a right on Ross. We got down to Rains in Ross. And that's when we noticed Ty's car.
Now, that intersection at Ross and Rains where you see Ty's car, how far is that from your house, Ms. Wells?
Maybe a half a mile.
When you saw Ty's car there, what did you do?
We immediately pulled over and I got out the car and I started speaking to the officer that was there. The officer asked me again. It was a different officer. He asked me again, was my son on any type of drugs or anything, because he just had all this strength and all this Hulk Hogan strength and everything, and they had to do all these things to him in order for him to arrest him. And I kept trying to find out why they were arresting him in the first place.
And did that officer you were speaking with at Ross and Rains answer that question for you?
Not really, no. I don't recall. He just said my son was pulled over for DUI and he ran from the police. I think that's what he said. I can't remember if he
Did you come into contact with any other officers at that scene, or just one?
There was another officer there. They were gathering up the tape. He spoke to me, the officer did, and he handed me his card. After that, we left and went back to the house.
At that point, what is your plan? Are you waiting to hear more, or what were you doing during that time?
Well, when I got back home, I called my daughter, because I was actually on the phone with my daughter prior to the police coming to the door. And I called to let her know, Ty's been arrested. And she said, what? And after I explained to her what was told to me, we were both kind of baffled about it. And I said, well, there's nothing I can do tonight. I don't even know where he is. I'll just figure it out tomorrow and I'll let you guys know what's going on.
What is the next thing you heard about or from Tyre?
Now, 4:00 in the morning, I received a phone call from a doctor from St. Francis Hospital. The doctor asked me if I knew if my son was in the hospital. I said, yes. I heard he got arrested and he was tased and pepper sprayed. The doctor said, no, ma'am, your son is sick. And I said, what do you mean he's sick?
What the doctor said, other than some of the prints behind it, she can't go into what his diagnostics are.
Yeah, I really approach.
Oh.
Specifically what he said, did you become extremely concerned about Ty's condition?
Yes, very concerned. Until to the point where I called my cousin and I said, get over here right now. We need to get to the hospital and go see Ty.
And is that what you did?
Yes.
Who went to the hospital with you at that time?
My cousin Tony, she came over to meet us, and my husband and I.
What hospital was Ty at?
At St. Francis Hospital.
You tell the jury what happened when you walked into St. Francis.
As we were walking into St. Francis, there was another officer walking in. We were kind of going in the same direction, so I asked, you're working late tonight, huh? He said, yes. He said, I'm here to sit with a prisoner. And I said, well, is the prisoner's name Tyre Nichols? And he said, yes. And I said, well, that's my son. He said, oh, okay, well, follow me. So we all proceeded to walk to Ty's room.
Ms. Wells, I know this is going to be difficult, but I want you to explain to the jury when you went in Ty's room, what you saw, what Tyre looked like, what you saw, what you felt, what happened in that moment.
When I walked into the room and I saw my son, I immediately went over to him and I fell out on him because my son was beaten to a pulp. His head was the size of a watermelon. His nose was broken. His neck was split open from the swelling. He was bruised from head to toe. It was like they beat the shit out of him. That's what they did. They beat the shit out of my son and left him for dead. That's what they did.
Ms. Wells, were there other officers in that hospital room when you walked in?
The doctor was there. There were some other officers in there. Once I saw my son and I basically passed out on him, I just laid on him and just started crying. And I just burst out and said, what the fuck is going on here? This does not look like no pepper spray and no tasing. And a police officer took my husband and I out the room. My cousin stayed there and took us into another room. I want to say it was a sergeant or captain, I can't remember. We spoke briefly. And then next thing you know, all the Shelby County police and everybody was out the room. They said TBI had taken over the case. And all the police officers that were there were gone. And so it was just the TBI, the nurses, the doctor, and my husband and my cousin. We were in the room with my son.
When you saw your son, was he ever responsive to you that night?
No. Tyre was not responsive. He was on a breathing machine, and the machine was keeping him alive.
And did you know from the minute you walked in that room that night that your son was gone?
Yes. You couldn't. There's no way my son would have survived from that. He was already deceased, basically. I say they must keep him on those breathing machines for 72 hours. And my son was deceased.
Ms. Wells, several days after that, did you get a call like that from the hospital on January 10th informing you of your son's passing?
Yes, I got a call a little after 2 by the same doctor, Charles. I want to say Charles, I can't remember. I meant to look, I can't remember. He said, Mrs. Wells? I said, yes. He said, this is Dr. from St. Francis Hospital. I said, yes. He said, I just called to tell you that I pronounced your son deceased at 1:41 p.m. And I just lost it. I dropped the phone and I lost it. 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 Because the first thing I had to do is try to figure out how I'm going to tell his siblings that their little brother is deceased. That was one of the hardest things that I ever had to do as a mother, is to explain to them. I called my daughter. When I explained it to her, I heard her falling down the stairs. She cracked her nose. And the fact that I'm from California, all my kids still live in California. So it was very difficult to not be there to tell them. I called my middle son, my oldest son, Michael. I told him, I don't even think he even heard me. And the reason why I say that is because a couple of days later, he called. He said, Mom, what's going on with my little brother? Why haven't you called and told me anything? I said, Mike, Tyre's gone. And he just lost it. He was like, what do you mean he's gone? I said, I told you, Tyre didn't make it. And he lost it. And then I had to call my other kids. My middle son, I had to call him. And then my god kids, and everybody just started. Everybody knew at that time. Yes, that was the most hardest thing that I ever had to do as a mother, as a parent, to tell the siblings that your baby brother is deceased, and really for no reason at all.
Ms. Wells, at the time that Ty passed, how old was he?
Ty was 29. He was a 29-year-old young man, still trying to find his way in life. You know, he hadn't found his way yet. He was getting there. He loved to skateboard.
Ms. Wells, I'm gonna pass you a picture. Can you tell the jury what you see in that photograph?
My happy Tyre.
And is that what Tyre looked like that day he left your house in the afternoon, January 7th, 2023?
Yes. He didn't have on this suit, but yes.
Your Honor, I would ask this be marked as Exhibit 2.
Let's go ahead and first enter the stipulation on the record for Exhibit 1, and then we will show the picture of Tyre Nichols on Exhibit 2.
Your Honor, permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Wells, looking up at the TV screen here in the courtroom, is that a photograph of Tyre?
Yes.
Is that what he looked like that afternoon when he left your home?
Yes. Yes, that's what he looked like.
And Ms. Wells, after this occurred, you'd been told, you mentioned that the officer said that night that Tyre was nearby.
Yes, nearby.
Did you later find out that the events in this case happened at Castlegate and Bear Creek?
It was later on, actually my son, they were looking at different videos and things of that nature, and they realized that this had happened in a neighborhood. And as they started putting two and two together, they realized that it happened in the first cul-de-sac of our subdivision.
And tell the jury, if you can, about how far from your front door to where this happened, that cul-de-sac where Castlegate and Bear Creek is, how far away is that?
About 80 to 100 feet.
Ms. Wells, I'm going to pass you another photograph. Ms. Wells, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yeah, I recognize.
And can you tell the jury what you see there?
My son beaten to a pulp
And where was that picture taken?
at St. Francis Hospital. My husband actually took this picture.
And is that what he looked like when you first saw him?
Yes. As we were walking in, and I saw him, and as I was walking over towards him, my husband took this picture.
Your Honor, I asked this be marked as Exhibit 3.
We'll show the photos of Mr. Nichols in the hospital as exhibit 3.
Your Honor, permission to publish. Ms. Wells, looking at the TV in the courtroom, is that photograph you just looked at?
Yes.
And is that what your son looked like when you first saw him that night?
Yes.
Or the early morning hours of
Early
January
morning.
8th?
Yes.
At some point after Ty passed, did you all have a memorial service for him?
Yes, we
And when and where was that, Ms. Wells?
did. It was approximately, I can't remember the date.
That's okay.
I'm drawing a blank on the funeral home, and I'm drawing a blank right now.
That's okay. Did you have a service here in Memphis?
I did. Ty actually had 2 services.
And if one was here in Memphis, where was the other?
Both of them were in Memphis.
Okay.
Yes.
Just one moment, please. Can we pass the witness?
Mr. Perry? No cross-exam, Your Honor. All right. Mr. Secretary, Mr. Lutton.
Thank you, Your Honor. As well as, my name is Steve Lutton. I'm going to ask some questions. I'm going to refer to your son as Mr. Nichols.
Thank you.
He deserves that respect.
Thank you.
And so if I use Mr. Nichols, I'll be back to not only are you the mother of Mr. Nichols, you're also the administrator of his estate, is that correct?
Yes.
And as the administrator.
May we approach?
attendance, when the jury comes in, you all don't, in the gallery, do not need to stand up. We'll just have the attorneys and the defendants stand up, but those in the gallery do not need to stand up when the jury enters the room.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Right, Mr. Zuma.
I have no questions from Ms. Wells at this time, subject to my other subpoena we spoke about.
Ma'am, those are all the questions we have for you at this time. If you sat down, you're welcome to stand before me. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we have come on at 4:30. Our next witness may be a little lengthy, so rather than keeping you all here much later, we are going to go ahead and break earlier. We will anticipate starting much earlier for you all tomorrow morning. So I'm just going to go ahead and ask you all to get a good night's rest, be ready. As you can see, it can be a little bit warm in here. We are hoping to have them work on the air conditioner this evening, but please dress accordingly just in case we are back in this temperature. But we will go ahead and excuse you all for the night, and we will take care of some other matters.
Never been a hoe, I stay on go, so what the business? Nigga talking reckless, shoot this bitch ass with the quickness. Now he bleeding, sorry, begging, asking for forgiveness. Bow, 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 Limp Bizkit. All my niggas wildin', they done labeled us a misfit. Wake up every morning, 2 or 3, 5 in the Fitbit. Oh shit, did nobody come to see you old? It's some focus. Shoot 100 shots, no reloaded. Master of the game, you would think I'm into coding. Memphis niggas spit this pippin', mackin' like I'm golden. Ho, with my money, you gon' turn me to the old me. Stay high, first class flight, I'm in the nosebleed. Copy, cooking, whipping, shipping, till you count the proceeds. OG, I've been moving pack niggas since 03. Low key, niggas hating, but they don't want no beef. State gang, true sippers, bitch, I bet we don't eat. Get jammed, get a lawyer, make it bunny, don't speak. Pour up, oh, I need some more, nigga had a long week. Shout out to my plug, he showed me love, he out in Long Beach, I'm true geek. Walking by myself, but left with 2 freaks. Ooh, we, nothing in they mouth and on they booty. Austin Power swag, yeah, baby, this is groovy. You can call me Money Boy, or you can call me Nudie. Hood niggas, churches, chicken, let me get a 2-piece. Top down, 2-seater, let me feel the 2 breathe. Gotta hold it steady, chopper, kick it back like Bruce Lee. Lately I've been in the zone, I guess I'm in my 2-3. Don't call my phone for nothing less than a QP. Feeling like the Nichols, cause my bitch is bad and bougie. All my haters love me, all these bitches just some groupies. Came a long way, I like to introduce the new me. Standing on business like I'm king or like I'm Drewski. Call me Ron Island cause I like my love for choosy. When we link it's a movie, she bustin' like a Uzi. I love the way she do me, I beat it up like Uzi. She dancing just like Suki. Call me Ron Island cause I love my love for choosy. When we link it's a movie, she bustin' like a Uzi. I love the way she do me, I beat it up like Uzi. She dancing just like Suki. I never been a hoe, I stay on go, so what the business? Nigga talking reckless, shoot his bitch ass with the quickness. Name pleading, sorry, begging, asking for forgiveness. Bow, 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 Limp Bizkit. Never been a hoe, I stay on go, so what the business? Nigga talking reckless, shoot his bitch ass with the quickness. Name pleading, sorry, begging, asking for forgiveness. Bow, 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 Limp Bizkit.